We're back after that brief adjournment to fix a technical issue. So, Minister, you can continue with the answering of the questions.
Slide 9, right? Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. We continue with questions from MP Roseberg. I have received the answers to my colleague MP Lacruz's questions in regards to the court cases of government. Most court cases are in regards to justice and are lost. What has the Ministry of Justice been doing to settle the cases outside of courts? Adequate and timely decision-making, as well as proper internal registration and monitoring of court cases, are deemed imperative by the Ministry of Justice to avoid unnecessary court proceedings or court verdicts with a negative impact for the Ministry of Justice. To improve adequate and timely decision-making processes, several departments have been tasked to establish work protocols and work procedures. I am confident that this will lead to less court cases in the future. Regarding the registration and monitoring of court cases, the Ministry has taken the first initial step in 2023 to develop an internal registration and monitoring platform for justice court cases. A prototype version of the online platform was presented and consultations have been held with Ye, Zittingsjaar. The software will be further tweaked with the input of relevant stakeholders, after which it will be tested and launched later on this year. Regarding out-of-court settlements, it is relevant to point out that the Ministry acknowledges that out-of-court settlements in some cases might indeed be an efficient and less costly alternative to solve legal disputes. The Ministry is therefore open to consider this option in court cases. If eventually the route of settlement is chosen by the Ministry, it is strongly dependable on the specific circumstances of the case and cannot be considered an appropriate approach for all cases. In addition, there have been court cases in the past whereby the Ministry of Justice was willing to settle the case out of court, but the other party was not. Whilst many court cases are ultimately not settled out of court, it has been the approach of this Ministry to attempt settlement whenever and wherever possible. Further, the selection of legal representation has been selected based on past positive performances to ensure favorable outcomes. Further, the Ministry, in collaboration with Ye, Zittingsjaar, has embarked on an improved registration for all court cases to ensure more efficient handling of cases. Also noting that the fact that the Ministry has now completed the function book and the needed legislative package will ensure employee matters can be resolved. This will ultimately reduce the vast majority of the cases of this nature, which have plagued the Ministry for many years. Whilst the focus is often on the losses in court, the Ministry of Justice does not advertise all the wins. Different articles about the Justice Bootcamp have circulated, but doesn't see it on the budget. The Ministry of Justice is exploring the establishment of a military academy tailored for at-risk youth, aiming to provide a structured environment focusing on healthy development, discipline, counseling, and support to foster positive outcomes. This initiative is still in its early stages, lacking a designated budget. Concurrently, the Ministry is also working on a legislation for halt intervention, or the alternative. This is targeting more minors aged between 12 and 18 to prevent and address juvenile crime promptly. Halt intervention involves immediate actions such as interviews, apologies, reparation, and community service to deter repeated offenders. The Ministry of Justice is also considering the military academy trajectories as part of HALT's interventions, collaborating with the Ministry of Defense. Successful completion of HALT interventions allows youth to avoid a criminal record, but non-compliance results in legal consequences. Adequate human resources are essential for the effective implementation of a HALT legislation. Continuing with questions from MP Roseberg. In the interview on Lady Grace, the Minister of Richardson, in the interview on Lady Grace of Minister Richardson, the Criminal Procedure Code was discussed. The MP understands that it is in the hands of Parliament at this moment, wishes to clarify that the Criminal Procedure Code does not handle the punishment aspect. As such, the MP is inquiring which part is in Parliament, as punishment is not in the Criminal Procedure Code. Both the Criminal Procedure Code and the Penal Code are essential components of our legal system and go hand in hand. The Criminal Procedure Code establishes the procedures and rules governing the investigation, prosecution, and adjudication of criminal cases. It sets the rules that law enforcement agencies, prosecutors, and courts must follow in handling criminal cases. The Penal Code defines which offenses are punishable by law and stipulates the corresponding penalties or punishment for these offenses. In what can be considered a long process of handling the draft Criminal Procedure Code, on different occasions I've highlighted the possibility of for Parliament to propose and deliberate on harsher punishments for various offenses like child molestation. This was also done during my recent radio interview with Grace, and my stance on this matter remains unchanged. I'd like to add a part to it. I don't know if I'm supposed to wait.
Yes, excuse me, Minister. MP Roseberg, you would like to make an interruption? You can go ahead.
Please, Madam Chair. My question was specifically related to the interview where Lady Grace said child protection and child molestation is on the horizon of our country. And in that interview, it was made, or at least it seemed like, through you, Madam Chair, the ministry made it seem like the Criminal Procedure Code, once that is handled by Parliament, those punishments will change. And that's why I, in my question, made it clear that the Criminal Procedure Code does not deal with punishments. So I want to focus on that question being answered, if that's correct, and if what was said during the interview was incorrect. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg, for the interruption. Minister, you can address the interruption.
Okay, so I'm not sure what the MP would want me to do about her seeking clarification. If she's telling me as an attorney herself that she's correcting me. So there's really not an answer that I think I can give the MP outside of what I just stated, that they go hand in hand, and that is the premise that I was coming from. It doesn't really come to me as a question, to be honest with you. It seems as though she's indicating to me that, legally speaking, the way that I stated it was incorrect. I can only receive that.
Thank you, Minister. You can continue.
But I just want to, because I wasn't done, so I'm just going to read something here. Still on this particular subject about the criminal code and making reference to the fact of where it is, I want to be able to bring to the fact that the Joint Court President and Chief Prosecutor urged MPs to pass the Criminal Procedure Code, and this was done in September of last year. The Joint Court of Justice President Moritz de Court and Chief Prosecutor Hugo Buys have urged members of Parliament to debate and pass the draft Criminal Procedure Code. These calls came during the respective speeches at Friday's installation ceremony as the judges of Sint Maarten within the Court of First Instance. All three Dutch Caribbean countries had an updated Code of Criminal Procedure come before their Parliament. Aruba has passed this piece of legislation, and it will come into effect, or it came into effect, January 1st, 2024. Sint Maarten's updated draft Criminal Procedure Code has been at Parliament since 2019. Curaçao and Sint Maarten are unfortunately still lagging behind, said the court. It would be a shame if Sint Maarten, especially as a leader in the field of constitutional law, does not respond properly to this. Without an updated Criminal Procedure Code, there's a risk of serious distortion in the procedures of the court, said the court. The criminal court may then have to provide guarantees with regards to investigative actions of the prosecutor's office. This, in turn, may have consequences for the legality of criminal investigations and the admissibility of cases, he said. Sint Maarten's updated Criminal Procedure Code will give civilians more rights and protections in criminal proceedings initiated by the prosecutor's office, said Buys. This includes victims of crimes, she added. For the victims of crimes, it will become possible to submit a claim for more damages, where the current maximum stands at 50,000 guildens. The victims will have the right to interpreter and the right to speak during the court sessions. The amended law will also see changes in terms of pre-trial detention and when an expert is involved in the court cases, said Buys. the Prosecutor's Office, or the OM, urges Parliament to make haste with the handling of this new criminal procedure code and to play its role in making Sint Maarten safer. The court said the new code aims to provide an improved assessment framework for judges when ruling under the powers of the prosecutor, which ultimately means better legal protection for suspects. The updated criminal procedure code also better guarantees the rights of victims. I therefore call on Parliament to quickly take its legislative responsibility in this regard to handle the draft law of residents, the legal protection they serve. Madam Chair Lady, and the reason for me stating that is because the MP brought up the fact that I made reference to the pending procedure code, and as the article made reference, 2019. We're now in 2024. I did submit letters asking for this, and I think it is only but right that we get it done. So just as the President of the courts and the prosecutor has indicated, it brings a lot of benefit. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. So in regards to the amounts for the Justice and Anti-Counterfeit Conference, which is 250,000 guilders, the MP requests a breakdown of the figures. However, she did not receive it and wishes to receive it. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, the budgeted expenses is related to the expenses specifically linked to the travel to the YVO, which requires biannual attendance of the technical support staff along with the Minister of Justice, noting that expenses vary depending on hosting country, linked to the tickets cost varies as well as the size of the delegation, which on average could be ranged somewhere within 50,000 to 100,000 guilders for a delegation size of 4 for biannual meeting attendance. This is subject to change, of course. Further, the ministry has hosted the anti-counterfeit conference in close collaboration with the Customs Department for the last 2 years and budgeted for the 3rd annual event in 2024. However, it is subject to change based on the policy priorities of the incoming minister. Whilst the costs fluctuate as the size and attendance increase, a budget in 2024 in allocation of 75,000 guilders is there. However, yes, also subject to change. The Justice Week is the annual focal point highlighting the personnel of justice through the various agencies as part of the community awareness program. However, it is also a significant opportunity where employee recognition throughout the ministry is held. In addition, the minister invites the management team to an annual strategic planning and reflection workshop during this week. The budgeted expenses are estimated in 2024 at 75,000 guilders, again, subject to change. Madam Chair Lady, I continue with questions from MP Roseberg. On what qualifications were the current SG hired? MP's research shows that a master's degree in law or something connected to it on that level is required. Based on what was the hiring done? Can that be provided to Parliament? Were there other candidates that applied to the position? The MP received feedback from persons in the community that they were not aware that the function of the SG was available, noting nothing personal, just seeking clarification. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I want to bring to your attention, I didn't put the exact, the actual email up here because I just think that certain persons' information needs to be protected. However, yeah, I will check with legal structure to see if indeed this communication that I received from SOR Bay, I'm so happy that I opted to have SOR Bay carry out this recruitment process and did not keep it internal. I received this today at 9:30 a.m. Dear Minister Richardson, good morning. In response to the inquiries regarding the appointment of Ms. Marlin as the Secretary General of the Ministry of Justice, the process is clarified below. The vacancy announcement for the Secretary General position specified the need for a master's degree in legal, in a legal field or equivalent university level education, coupled with a proven track record in the field. Despite Ms. Marlin not holding a master's degree in law, her extensive managerial experience within the governmental sector, particularly human resources, presents a substantial transferable skill set essential for the administrative and strategic leadership of the Ministry of Justice. With over 7 years of management experience and having held senior roles within the Ministry of Justice in Sint Maarten, Ms. Marlin has demonstrated profound operational, strategic, and administrative understanding of the Ministry of Justice. A detailed assessment by Van Brommen Psychology Practice and Test Center revealed a match between Mrs. Marlin's qualification and the job requirements, issuing a positive recommendation for her appointment. This evaluation highlighted her strengths in verbal communication, problem solving, and negotiation skills, which are all crucial for the Secretary General position. This interim role provided her with invaluable insight into the ministry's challenges and opportunities, further validating her suitability for the permanent appointment. Considering the above factors, the decision to nominate Ms. Marlin as a Secretary General was based on a meticulous evaluation process, ensuring her alignment with the ministry's strategic need and the broader interests of St. Maarten's justice system. Despite diverging from the conventional legal education criterion, Ms. Marlin's managerial experience, familiarity with the ministry's operation, and her performance as acting Secretary General significantly attest to her being a fitting candidate for the role. We trust this clarification addresses the concerns raised and highlights the comprehensive, objective approach taken in the appointment process. Kind regards, SOR Bay. I further too want to make mention that prior to even turning this over to SOR Bay, the ministry had published this particular position several times. And yes, there were others who applied for the function. In the minister's presentation, it was mentioned that the police officers from the French side will also be operating on the Dutch side during Carnival. Based on what legal basis will that be happening? KPSM provided the following. The basis for this working relationship is the Police Cooperation Treaty France, or Sint Maarten, and Sint Maarten, since 2015. This treaty contains two important aspects. Active cooperation between the French and Dutch authorities, including police-to-police information sharing and intelligence gathering, as well as cross-border cooperation based on the hot pursuit concept, where both forces can operate in cooperation with each other under supervision within the legal framework of both sides. Some positive aspects, Madam Chairlady, through you, of this way of working include: 1, enhanced information sharing. The cooperation treaty allows for police-to-police information sharing and intelligence gathering, which can lead to a more comprehensive understanding of criminal activities and more effective investigation processes. Number 2, improved cross-border cooperation. The concept of cross-border cooperation under the hot pursuit framework enables both French and Dutch authorities to work together seamlessly in pursuit of criminals, increasing the chances of successful apprehension and prosecution. Number 3, strengthen law enforcement capabilities. By working together under a formal treaty, the French and Dutch authorities can combine their resources, expertise, and technologies to enhance their overall law enforcement capabilities and address common security challenges more effectively. And 4th, enhance trust and collaboration. Collaborating under a formal treaty framework fosters trust and cooperation between the two authorities, leading to stronger relationships, better communication, and more efficient joint cooperation. Continuing with MP Roseberg, what is being done as prevention when it's related to school fights? Indeed, justice is the end goal. However, concerning the prevention of youth problems, it is imperative to adopt a multidisciplinary approach involving collaboration with parents and other NGOs within our community. The police have initiated a joint collaborative operation, or JCO, with public prosecutors to discuss and plan courses of action regarding problematic youth. On an annual basis, the police engage in school visits as part of their yearly program. Additionally, they are currently implementing trainings for officers in Miami-Dade, to serve as school resource officers, and understand the needs of the schools better. Officers are actively involved in school programs such as Cops and Kids. Furthermore, the police force is a member of the TAPS, or Teen and Police Services, enhancing community engagement and support. On the YVO platform, a work group for preventative measures against youth delinquency, or a think tank, consisted of representatives from the Netherlands, the Best Islands, Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten have been formed. The main objective of the YVO meetings is to collaborate in finding strategies to tackle the recent increase in juvenile delinquency and criminal behavior, which all Kingdom partners experience. The Court of Guardianship is part of the work group as a key representative of Sint Maarten. One of the main strategies chosen by the Kingdom partners was to introduce the HALT method in Aruba, Curaçao, and Sint Maarten, and Best Islands. HALT, which stands for Het Alternatief, yes, or the alternative, is an evidence-based method that has been used in the Netherlands as a measure to combat petty crimes and minor offenses. It is meant as a deterrent for minors to commit more serious crimes. The philosophy behind the methodology is that through this program, minors who made a simple mistake can be coached in making better choices for the future. HALT is also the first opportunity for social workers to investigate and recognize criminogenic factors that could contribute to the minor developing further negative delinquent and criminal behavior. Currently, the Best Islands, Curaçao, and Aruba have started to use the HALT method. In 2023, 2 youth probation and rehabilitation officers from the Court of Guardianship traveled to Curaçao to join a HALT training attended by all Kingdom partners to gain certification and knowledge on the methodology. During the YVO meetings, the Kingdom partners assist each other with the implementation process of the HALT methodology in the respective islands. In particular, the legal framework and organizing the work processes and procedures. Further, in 2023, the Public Prosecutor's Office and the Justice Stakeholders, KPSM, Court of Guardianship, and the Truancy Office organized a school tour on several of our Sint Maarten high schools. The youth were informed about criminal offenses, weapons, drugs, and inappropriate sexual behavior. These efforts were done to increase the common knowledge by the youth of Sint Maarten about what is and what is not against the law. During the school tour, and even before, during police investigation, it became evident that many minors are not aware which practices are against the law. I continue, Madam Chair Lady. Radio interview with Lady Grace in regards to Carnival. The MP understands that a positive advice was given on the permit. She wishes to receive a copy. The advice of KPSM regards an internal document, is regarded as an internal document. It is not customary to share confidential internal documents with external parties. In theory, we cannot share an event permit with a member of Parliament for privacy reasons. It's indeed an internal document that concerns only the event organizer and the stakeholders involved. On the basis of articles of the Landsverordening Openbaarheid van Bestuur, a formal request can be submitted to receive a copy of the advice. A decision will then be taken on the request.
MP Roseberg, you wish to use your final interruption? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Through you, I would like to receive the advice on the permit. So the advice from the police, not the permit itself, because that was given, but the advice where the ministry stated that there was no negative advice by the police, but a positive. And if that cannot be given, is the ministry to you refusing Parliament of documents? I would like that.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. Minister, you can respond.
Thank you. So I just want to reiterate that the ministry is not refusing. However, there is a specific procedure on the basis of Article 3 of the Landsverordening openbaarheid van bestuur, a formal request can be submitted to receive a copy of the advice.
1 second, Minister. If we could keep it quiet in the hall and the tribune, thank you.
So let me repeat myself. The ministry is not denying Parliament. It is just requesting that Parliament follows the proper procedure to request as we adhere to the article of the Landsverordening openbaarheid van bestuur. Article 3. And this is coming from Judicial Affairs, the legal department. Do I continue, yes, Madam Chair Lady? Thank you. Victim Support Services, or VSS, is salary being paid. How many workers are there? Is there a building? How much is the rent? Supposed to be opening in March 2024. The relationship with the Victim Support Services is through subsidy support governed by the Subsidy Ordinance. In 2023, an incidental subsidy award to VSS in the amount of 247,000 guilders. Per the Subsidy Ordinance, 90% can be released in advance of the intended purpose and presented to the budget breakdown. The Ministry, in extensive discussion with VSS, has agreed to award the sum disbursement to the operational costs, including rent for the office space as well as personnel. I just want to add that Victim Support Services is a foundation, much like how the Court of Guardianship is a foundation under the Ministry of Justice. SCIS is a foundation under the Ministry of Justice. They are all fully subsidized by the Ministry of Justice. However, they handle their own affairs, such as personnel costs and these other expenses, rent, all of this is all factored into their budget. MLC Youth Detention Center, are there currently individuals being incarcerated between 12 and 18 in the MLC? If not, then why? There is currently one minor house at MLC. He is 17 years old. Minors are regularly held at MLC. The length of stay varies. Last year, 28 minors were detained in MLC. In 2024, so far, 10. It is the public prosecutor and the judiciary who request and decide on the incarceration of a minor. It is not the authority of the minister to decide on incarceration of a minor in a criminal process. Incarceration is always the last resort. That applies even more so to minors. If minors are detained, it should always be as short as possible. Through you, Madam Chair Lady. Moving on to another question from MP Roseberg. In connection with the minor girls that commits punishable acts, what is being done with them? Is there anything in place for them? If not, is there a policy in place for them? These individuals are undergoing probation or a supervised guidance program, which is determined based on the severity of their sentence. This is done in close collaboration with schools and parents to ensure a comprehensive support system. Currently, there is no specific policy in place for this issue, as it falls within the broader scope of criminal law. The existing legal framework is applied to these cases. The Court of Guardianship employs established procedures in dealing with such cases. They are in the process of developing a manual in collaboration with SORB. This manual will be based on the operational processes utilized by the Court of Guardianship to ensure consistency and effectiveness in handling these matters. Which improvements are being made to MLC? It is in need of behavioral specialists, referred to the Py2023-2024 not being executed. It is correct that Sint Maarten, unfortunately, currently does not have a facility to execute a pay measure. Priority is given by the Ministers of Justice of the Kingdom to establish a basic level of forensic care on each island in the Caribbean part of the Kingdom. The cooperation with ministries of public health of the Kingdom countries is sought in this. It is expected that substantial steps will be taken in this regard in 2024. In addition, the Ministry of Justice has requested the expert assistance of custodial agency in the Netherlands, DAE, and UNOPS to assist on the subject matter locally. Regarding the specific pay case, initially assistance was requested from the Netherlands to execute the pay measure in the beginning of 2022. The Netherlands expressed their reluctance to take over the execution of the pay measure due to the expected complications related to resocialization in the last phase of the measure. Subsequently, the ministry approached the Minister of Curaçao with the request to execute the pay measure in Curaçao. A structure has been created in which the pay client will get his pay treatment and will be reassessed in the FOBA of the prison SDKK of Curaçao. The transfer to Curaçao is currently being finalized. Crime Fund. The MP did not receive the SORB report, request for a breakdown of the funds. Documents were submitted as a confidential document. Why confidential? Wishes to receive the figures not as a confidential document, but public document. Again, Madam Chair Lady, I'm asking when it comes to this question about the confidential nature, the ministry is providing the information as per requested by the Parliament, the members of Parliament. It is for their viewing. We are not clear as to why it's necessary to be a public document. So we would like to be able to understand that better. Payments are being made for the crime fund to an inmate. Why is an amount used for inmate? Based on Article 5, on a yearly basis, there should be a plan submitted to make clearer what projects will be implemented in a specific year. Is that plan there? If so, can I receive it? Turning Point is our facility locally for persons with substance abuse. However, in this particular case, due to the aggressive nature of the case, the facility had advised the court that they were unable to meet the needed care regimen. As such, the court rendered a verdict to have the client mandated to Brasami in Curaçao, which has the needed care regimen. The advice containing the vonnis was handed over to SZV to handle the cost. However, the Ministry of Justice was immediately advised that the laws of SZV does not recognize substance abuse as an illness. Therefore, SZV would not cover the costs. This placed the ministry in a unique situation as KPSM was often called to detain the client, however, not a suitable detention. As such, the ministry utilized the crime fund to ensure the client could be placed in the correct facility to prevent the client from causing harm to themselves, family, and the community. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I move on to questions from MP La Cruz. Court cases. How much has been lost in court cases? Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I advise that the requested response of this requires us to take some time to compile the information and provide same in writing. Move on to questions from MP Arundel. Are there any plans to put in place to ensure that safety of everyone during the carnival season, especially seeing that what happened during the recent jump ups, such as street lights and extra pay for officers? The staff large-scale special performance team has been activated. This is a command structure specifically for events like Carnival within the SGBO. An information risk and scenario management, IRS, is developed. This outlines the most realistic events and scenario in detail. Each unit creates a sub-plan in which the IRS for that specific node or unit is elaborated. The SJBO meets weekly to share information regarding the nodes and to coordinate and plan for each event. The General Commander collaborates with the organizers of the various events during the Carnival events. Event organizers are required to submit a safety plan emphasizing event security. Each event will undergo a risk analysis, and if a high risk or reputational damage is detected, the minister will be notified and guidance from KPSM will be given. Based on this, we will also make use of external partners like VKS. Next to this, overtime will be made to ensure that the safety and security. And to add to that, we know that the collaboration between the French and Dutch side also adds to this. April 27th is Juve morning, the 30th of April is Grand Carnival Parade, and the 1st of May is Grand Carnival Second Day Parade. KPSM plans to seek approval from the Minister to acquire additional support police officers. A recommendation will be prepared for the Minister outlining KPSM's request for assistance from the Leeward Islands, comprising of 20 personnel. This assistance will be necessary from April 26th until May 2nd. Court cases. How much has been lost in court cases? Have noticed that the UNOPS prison plans do not include prison cells for girls under the age of 18. What will be done for this group? The current UNOPS new prison project does not include detention facilities for male and female juveniles under the age of 18. However, in collaboration with the National Recovery Program, or the NRPB, we are presently developing a comprehensive detention center improvement program encompassing all aspects of the detention system. This program extends beyond the infrastructure project being executed by UNOPS to include operational elements such as staffing, rehabilitation programs, and inmate care, and more. Additionally, the holistic plan involves assessing the Miss Lally Center Youth Detention Facility to identify current needs and gaps. Based on this assessment, further measures will be implemented to enhance services where necessary and ensure optimal care for all detained individuals. There are also no institutions to put minor females in pretrial detention for serious crimes. When will this be handled? Currently, there is not an institution or specific policy in place for this issue, as it falls within the broader scope of criminal law. The existing legal framework is applied to these cases. The Court of Guardianship employs established procedures in dealing with such cases. They are in the process of developing a manual in collaboration with SORB. This manual will be based on the operational processes utilized by the Courts of Guardianship to ensure consistency and effectiveness in handling these matters. Are there any plans for the Minister of Justice, VSI, and Education to tackle the lack of social institutions for troubled youth? As of this moment, there are no ongoing discussions of established plans for a comprehensive collective approach to youth support services. Each ministry continues to operate within its respective areas of jurisdiction, focusing on initiatives and responsibilities specific to its domain. This also implies that a broader, more integrated strategy for addressing the needs of troubled youth across different facets of their lives, legal, health, and educational, has not yet been developed. What are the temporary solutions to these problems? The efforts on tackling youth delinquency on a whole are being approached with the ministry through the Department of KPSM and Court of Guardianship, as well as on the platform of the YVO, as explained in the response that I provided to MP Roseberg. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, I move on to questions from MP Westcott Williams. The Court of Guardianship, and specifically regarding finding and maintaining foster homes and foster parents, have been a challenge to which the Minister agreed. The current stipend is not sufficient. Is there an interim solution to address this matter in the short term? Reference, is the ministry looking at the legislation, or the ministry is looking at the legislation of the BEST Islands? How far is Justice Ministry with the draft legislation as per the BEST legislation? The Ministry of Justice has been initiating the process to draft foster care legislation. The Department of Judicial Affairs worked on a legislation package to establish an improved foster care system in 2023 and is of the intention to continue this work in 2024. These initial drafts have been discussed with relevant stakeholders. It has become apparent that further discussions are necessary to come to an adequate division of roles and responsibility in the foster care support system. This draft legislation not only includes regulations about appropriate financial compensation for foster care providers, but also provisions related to the selection, screening, and training of said care providers. Why only 9 vacancies for KPSM? Each department was given some critical vacancies within an overall share of the available funds. However, KPSM has also additional budget neutral placements which will allow for the recruitment of more needed FTAs. Whilst it would be ideal to budget full formation, the ministry recognizes the focus to complete the placement process and finalize the financial implications of this process being paramount. When it comes to addiction, and I see Turning Point budget, and I ask about Turning Point budget, and I ask whether Turning Point budget includes the very necessary expansion that Turning Point needs, why haven't these things been addressed? The current requested subsidy support for 2024 as submitted by the Turning Point does not include the expenses related to an expansion of the campus, which the Turning Point Foundation has indicated is anticipated at an additional expense equivalent to the current operational cost, plus the cost related to acquisition expenses for the land for such an expansion. So we relied, MP, if I may, through you, Madam Chair Lady, we relied on Turning Point to provide us with the details to which you sought, and their position is that they've made up their budget according to where they are, and the expansion is in their vision, is a part of their planning. They're just not ready to present that and be a part of the budget 2024. Let's see if this is going to be within 2025. I move on, Madam Chair Lady, to questions from MP Marlin. What are the new amenities of the new prison compared to the current facility? Madam Chair Lady, in the presentation to which we've shared with Parliament, MPs don't have to squint their eyes to look at the screen. It's provided to you. You have this presentation and all the details have been provided. This was prepared in collaboration with UNOPS because they have, they're the ones responsible for this whole development and procurement process and the intricacies of this project. So they assisted the ministry to put this together for the members of Parliament. And to that end, Madam Chair Lady, I come to the end of my presentation and I am available for any clarification questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Justice. And I look to the floor for clarifications, and I see MP Christophe Emmanuel first on the list. MP Emmanuel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon to the Honourable Minister and her support staff. I just have one clarification, and it has to do with the confidential information. I would like the Minister to explain again exactly what it is she needs explanation from ministers when we ask why should something be confidential, and I'll tell you why. Most oftentimes through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, when we ask for something and it comes confidential, it's either adopted and it's never really the information that is asked for. Never really the information that is asked for. Most times, when we ask for information and the government send it confidential, most times it's not the information that is asked for, and then most of it is doctored out, white out, most times. So that's why I ask, why is this information confidential if we are talking about the crime fund? I want to believe it's something public. That's why I ask the question, why is it confidential? Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Emmanuel. Minister, I will let all MPs give their clarifications and then you will answer all after the fact. So we move on to clarifications from MP Roseberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the clarifications, Minister. I also agree that the penal procedure code needs to be processed. The only point is that I believe that correct information needs to be provided to the public to avoid confusion. That being said, clarifications, again, in regards to the questions that I asked in the newly appointed Secretary General, through you, Madam Chair, I would like to know that I want to be critical, seeing the fact that the people of Sint Maarten have asked questions. As I said, it's nothing personal, because I'm one that I love women to be in positions. I'm all about women empowerment. Through you, Madam Chair, I want clarity. And based on the information that I have received, I would like to know, seeing that the ministry just informed us that there were other people that applied for that function, I would like to know, based on what were the scores of those people, and why was there such a rush to appoint someone acting in an acting position for 2 months, if I calculated it correctly, to make them a permanent Secretary General. Other than that, I requested to receive the SOAB report, and I haven't received the SOAB report. And if it wasn't asked, I will ask it here to receive, based on what was provided today through you, Madam Chair, to receive the SOAB report, including the information of the selection committee report, especially seeing the email that we received on screen, the copy of the email that we received on screen. And also I would like to know, just for clarification's sake, seeing that the past 10 years, or more than 10 years, there was no official Secretary General in that position, why there was such a rush to come to that conclusion, seeing that based on the email that was provided, or the copy of the email, it was mentioned that although the pointers that were mentioned in the vacancy, a lot of those pointers were not met by the current Secretary General, still the conclusion was made that the expertise seemed to be there. But then if it took us 14 years, why we still go through that route of hiring someone that does not fit what is required, because that is mentioned, but we still chose that route. Why didn't we wait to find a perfect fit, especially seeing that there seemed to be an urgency to signing the LBAs, but we have over 500 justice workers waiting for more than 14 years. So I would like to have that clarified. Also, the police advice, seeing that the ministry states that we have to follow the legal route, I believe that that does not apply to members of parliament, but to be creative, I would like to receive that document ter inzage, same as how it has been done with the crime fund. Let's be creative, and I would like to have it confidential ter inzage to the other members of parliament and the griffier. In regards to the victim support system, I will clarify those questions, seeing that they weren't answered, but I will add them now. Is there already a salary being paid for personnel of the victim support system? Is there currently rent being paid? Seeing that in the different articles I have seen that in March, the victim support system was going to be operational. Is it operational at this moment? Is there a monthly rent being paid? What is that rental amount? And if it's not operational as yet, when will it be operational? And then in connection to the MLC, it was mentioned that it's up to the prosecutor to decide who goes to MLC or not, if I understood correctly. But the MLC, through you, Madam Chair, it should be a juvenile detention center, and officially it was established for youth between 12 and 18 years. So wasn't there a MB signed to change that, MB signed by the minister to change that from 18 till 21 to make sure that the others are being housed there, seeing the capacity of the prison? Just want to have that clarified. Let me see if that was all. In connection to the crime fund and the amount that was used for the convict for Brasami, can we then conclude that those funds were used from the crime fund, while the crime fund is not meant for government to pay for inmates or other matters, is to tackle crime? Through you, Madam Chair. And then the last part, Article 5 of the law of the crime fund, it states that there needs to be a policy based on a yearly basis. But I haven't received the answer in connection to that. And if it wasn't asked previously, I would like to have it clarified, seeing that it was on screen. Is there a policy plan based on yearly basis, based on the law, or isn't there a plan in place? And if there's a plan, I would like Parliament to receive a copy of that plan. And I think I have all the questions for now. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. And before I give the floor to MP Westcott for her clarifications, I also wanted to just touch a bit on that ter inzage process. That is an avenue that we have used before in Parliament, where documentation is sent to the griffier and members of Parliament can peruse it in their office, of course, under security and confidential rule. So indeed, that is an option available to the minister, all ministers, for sending such documentation. And now we move on to MP Westcott for her clarifications. MP Westcott?
Thank you once again, Madam Chair Lady, and thanks to the Minister for her responses. Madam Chair Lady, if the Minister could just go a little more into the answer regarding the vacancies at CAPE SM, and the Minister presented, and I paraphrase that, unfortunately, for the complete formation, there is not sufficient funds, but there could be appointments that would be of filling of vacancies that could be budget neutral. So question, meaning that, for example, persons would be leaving, whether retiring or what, and those positions can be filled. So if that can be confirmed, that is what the budget neutral reference is. And in addition to that, so how much is the formation, the total formation of the KPSM at this time? How many rather is it at this time? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Westcott. Minister, I look to you if you will be able to go right into the answering, or if you'll need some time. Right in?
Yep.
All right, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. So through you to MP Emmanuel, I am clear now. MP, your position with documents being doctored, to which that was not our intention. Can I ask, Madam Chair Lady, if MP Emmanuel will allow the opportunity to peruse the documents that we have submitted to confirm that we have not doctored the documents? We just would prefer that they remain confidential. In the event that you can identify any type of tampering, I would be more than willing to accommodate your specific request. Is that okay? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you, MP. Madam Chair Lady, if we may, I don't want to misunderstand MP Roseberg, but I just want to ask everybody's attention to the screen, because the exact email text that was provided by SORB is up there. And again, I don't want to misunderstand the MP, but it really sounded to me like the MP indicated that the SG did not fit the necessary qualifications. Through you, Madam Chair Lady, can I ask the MP if that is what she indicated? Just in short form, so I can go back to that the SG does not fit most, or if not all, of the qualifications.
MP Roseberg, you can clarify your...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on what was provided, what the function needs to state, it's one, have a master's degree on a law master's degree, or other similar master's degree, N, so N, not R, N showed several years that they are kundig, as they say in Dutch, in the legal field. According to what I have seen, the current Secretary General has been working in the justice field for 2 months, not even a year. So I would like to have that part. 7 years management, so it's not either or, it's all of the qualifications. 7 years of management experience on legal level by a government institute, knowing the staatsrechtelijke verhoudingen and the constitutional levels, also having great experience in the Dutch language and English language. I didn't make the vacancy, I just want to make that clear. It's not either or. I didn't get that answered as well. If the Secretary General speaks Dutch and English, because I see based on the vacancy that that is a must. So other than that, based on what I want to make clear, in case I wasn't clear, the email that was received, it's dated, reply on the email is dated March 28, 9:30 a.m. And what I am requesting is the SOAB report, detailed to review that. Hope that clarifies what I'm bringing forward.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. MP Westcott Williams, you have a proposal of order. MP Westcott, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, hearing the discussion, I would want to propose as a proposal of order regarding this particular topic in this particular meeting, that discussion be put to another session. That would be my proposal. I don't think it is right to be having this discussion, especially not in the presence of the person involved. I just don't think that is right. I think we should, if there are more questions or whatever deliberations regarding a person, that be done in another setting of Parliament.
So, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Westcott. I look to see if the proposal has support. Okay.
But Madam Chair, Lady, for
Okay. With that proposal of order, MP Westcott Williams, we will indeed put that discussion to a further time or further meeting, and I will allow the minister then to respond to the clarified. Well, actually, no. The discussion is basically done, so I can't really
yes, but
allow it to continue.
Madam Chair, Lady, though, I have a bit of a challenge with that. Thank you to MP Westcott for the proposal. However, the proposal comes after the question in itself had already been posed to the minister on a public platform, to which the SG is alive. She heard the question being asked, and so the minister was placed in a position to have to respond. To now indicate after the email, the content of the email, as far as I heard the SG, the MP indicate, is so different to what was communicated. By extension to that, the public is receiving it as though the SG was only in the capacity for 2 months. That information is severely incorrect. And so now I have to accept the fact that the public would be misinformed and leave it as such. I don't think that is even fair to the SG. That decision of such a personal nature had to have been.
Excuse me, MPs.
SG, I'm sorry, Madam Chair Lady, I'm just saying that, prior to giving the minister the responsibility to provide that information in this public platform, that is the proposal that had to be made. And by extension, the MP is asking for SOR details about other persons' information that might have applied for this position to be presented as well. The minister has to see if the persons who are a part of that package would give approval for that to be done also. So there are quite a number of demands being flowed, but we have to really understand what we're doing.
Minister, I understand 100% your concerns, and what I will propose another proposal of order, MP Westcott, or do you just have a point of order?
It would have been further clarification to my point of order, because I get the impression that it was misunderstood. I just wanted this conversation not to continue on a person the way it was going. We took note, the entire public of St. Maarten that followed the meeting took note of what the minister presented as the report by SOAB. It was there for everyone to see. I just don't think the way that we are dealing with this particular matter is the right way. So I think it was kind of misunderstood, meaning just let's stop this discussion now. And no, that was absolutely not my intention, Minister. I have taken, through you, Madam Chair Lady, I saw what was presented as the report of SOAB. Of course, members of Parliament always have the opportunity and the right to question, but if I see it kind of going over and over about a person who cannot defend herself in this room, I just think it's not the right way, but That's why the proposal was made in the first place, but it's up to, of course, Parliament
Thank
to
you, MP
decide.
Westcott. And indeed, as someone who has advocated for keeping these types of discussions off of the floor of Parliament, because for that very reason that the person is not able to defend themselves, what I will allow is for the minister to just clarify the length of service that the current SG has been in, because that seems to be also a point of contention, and then we will move on from the discussion. So if the minister could clarify the timeline then of the current SG's length of service in the Justice Ministry, I can allow that, and then we will move on.
But what about the content that she's not equipped and that was shared earlier and it's in there? You know what I mean? So she has more than a year in the Ministry of Justice, but all of her managerial capabilities, etc., that went through SORB. As a matter of fact, you know, saying that this process was rushed is another aspect that is incorrect. So I don't know where
I
MP
understand.
is obtaining her information, but I just don't believe, just how the MP indicated, what I stated on the radio, we have to be careful what the public is receiving and digesting. I'm just indicating that it is only but right that I get to clarify that that information that is being stated is incorrect.
I understand. And indeed, SOAB's email clarifies the reasoning behind the forward movement of the hiring process. I will adjourn for 5 minutes, actually, so that we can discuss this off camera, and then we will return within 5 minutes. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen joining us in the Tribune and online, and to the Minister of Justice who's still with us. After that adjournment, to take the discussion regarding the questions asked by MP Roseberg offline that relate to the appointment of the Secretary General of Justice, we are back. I would first like to apologize to the Secretary General that the discussion went on so long back and forth on a personnel matter that indeed has no place on the floor of Parliament. So I would like to extend the apologies then of the Chair and Parliament as a whole to the Secretary General for that experience. It definitely could not have been pleasant, as something I myself have spoken against in the past here in this hall. I believe there is a clarification left from the Minister of Justice to MP Westcott and actually to MP Roseberg regarding the advice request from KPSM to receive it ter inzage. So if the Minister could finalize those two clarifications, that would be much appreciated. So Minister, with that, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. The MP Roseberg has asked for, indeed, the advice to be provided in a confidential state, so we will provide that. And then MP Westcott Williams was asking for confirmation that she understood the budget neutral, indeed, if persons resigned or retired, that KPSM will use first that opportunity to fill those vacancies, but focus on the 9 that are critical for the organization's best movement forward. Yes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And with that, we are at the end of your time with us here for this particular round, which is round 1, of course. And again, to the SG of Justice, our deepest apologies for the back and forth. And we will adjourn for 5 minutes while we await the return of the Minister of Finance to respond to clarifications in his capacity as representing the Minister of ROMI. Thank you, and we're meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back. Welcome back, members of Parliament, the listening public. We're continuing on with this, MPs. We're continuing on with this public meeting handling the country budget 2024, and I will immediately hand over the floor to the Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Irion, who is, of course, providing final clarifications in his capacity as Deputy Minister of ROMI. Minister Irion, you have the floor.
Good evening, all. Starting with the questions posed by MP De Weaver. MP, in her clarifications, asked, a question contained the containers. Are they included in the building code? The containers are accepted as dwellings and regulated through the issuance of building permits, which is checked against the building code, MP, codes. When was the last time a fine was given for enforcement? The fine book has not been completed and approved, therefore no fines have been given. What kind of contract was given to the entity for the underwater museum? The issuance of water rights has been the same across the board. The ministry has issued a rental agreement to the entity for the usage of water, and they also obtained an operational license from the Ministry of TIAT for the museum activities. I believe what can solve the concern of swimmers going into the space of the underwater museum would be to have the establishment install an eco-friendly barrier to secure the premises. And now move on to the questions posed by MP Sarah Scott Williams. Her question was regarding Book 5, Article 26, Paragraph 2 of the Civil Code. How are you executing that? There's a conflict as it pertains to the ERFPAC ordinance and this particular article in the Civil Code. Without getting into too technical, because one stems from the next, it cannot be interpreted that to issue certain regularly given rental agreements would require a national ordinance. This is something that in essence should be looked at as soon as possible with the next government, as this is in conflict, has been present since 10-10-10 as faced by all previous governments. Regarding the Sun Resorts, the ministry needs more time to investigate the court decision that is being referred to. Once this is obtained, this will be shared with the Member of Parliament along with an elucidation in writing. Regarding the Bel Air Beach, the property owner has placed the material on the property temporarily. Regardless of the capacity issue at the inspection department, the staff remains committed to carrying out their tasks regarding the development and enforcement. The ministry will ensure that the project is carried out in accordance with the approved building permit. The property along Union Road, a sidewalk is being constructed. Are we at their mercy? That's a question from the MP. The fact is that the government does not own the property that is bound to the road, thus us having a narrow main road. The property will have to be purchased in order to develop a sidewalk. This will also include other areas along the main road. Fortunately, the developer has indicated that they will be constructing a sidewalk with the ongoing development that is taking place at the former Caribbean Auto. MP asks, were there plans for the welfare road improvements ready to go? There are plans for maintaining and upgrading of the main roads with resurfacing asphalt. The critical roads are being assessed to address the damaged areas within our budgetary means. The technical teams have already begun discussion to address the long-term solutions for the welfare road to ensure the works are done properly. As an example, the intersection at KB along the welfare road. Madam Chair, that is all the clarification questions.
Thank you, Minister. And I look, excuse me, yeah. All right, thank you, Minister, for the answers to the clarifications from the Minister of ROMI. With that, we have actually come to the end of round one. I will take a 45-minute adjournment because we also have supper upstairs. So we will break for that and we'll return at 6:47. So 45-minute adjournment, meeting adjourned for 45 minutes. Good evening and welcome back to the members of parliament, to the Council of Ministers joining us, and to those in the Tribune and those still with us online and via various mediums. We earlier came to the end of round one, and I will now be going over immediately to the second round. And I would just like to remind the members of parliament that the speaking time in the second round is 45 minutes. When I look at the speakers list, the first member of parliament is MP Hakeem Arundel.
Good night, Madam Chair. Good night, everyone. I know it's late. We have a long day. I can keep it very simple. I have a statement to make alone, that's all. I don't have no question to the ministers. I want to thank all you again for the presentation for the budget, bringing the budget to income. Well, this is the outgoing government, maybe, or incoming government. We don't know what's happening right now. All I see is pure back and not happening. I speak in first now, realize that after a lot of things happening, man. You know, I got a lot of drama left and right. I don't know. But all I want to say from my statement, everybody has to understand we got to work together. You understand? If we say we're here for the country of St. Maarten, this is the best what we're doing here. Everybody saying that we want to work together. Let's see today and passing this budget today. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you, that'll be all.
Thank you, MP Arundel. Our next speaker would have been MP Maingret, but he is not in the hall. And the following speaker would have been myself, but I'm sitting on the chair, and thus we go to MP Grisha Heilige-Martin. MP Heilige-Martin, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to everyone. I have no questions at all. But I wasn't going to say anything. I was going to say, geen behoefde. But I just wanted to make a statement since listening to my fellow MP, Hakeem Arundel, make that fun statement. For the last couple of days, we've been moving through unprecedented times. I'm talking to my fellow members of parliament. It's like a quagmire we've been in. It's like a twilight zone. We've been calling it for the most a limbo. But while in this limbo, believe it or not, we're making history. Do you realize you're making history here today, members of parliament? The first time in history, a transitioning government is presenting a budget. It never happened before in the 14 years. Think about it. Everybody think a little bit about it. Never happened before. We're all making history here today. And then, on top of that, the government that created the budget is now in the opposition seat in Parliament. And speaking with a fellow colleague of mine, a fellow MP colleague of mine yesterday, I'm not going to mention his or her name, it was stated, I feel weird, I feel strange. You know, I'm sitting there and I'm coming here and I'm in opposition. I don't know. It's the weirdest feeling. But the one important thing we have here today is the budget. The budget that we need to pass for the sake of the country, for the country to continue to function. And that's all I wanted to say, that we've made history and that history continue to prevail. And let's work together like my former MP member, Arundel, stated. Let's get this ball rolling. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Grisha Heilige-Martin. I now move on to MP Shamira Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Blessed evening, Madam Chair, Secretary General, honorable ministers, and my dear colleagues, and the ones in the public here present and the ones viewing online. It's almost 2 months after finalizing being a member of Parliament for the first time. It has been a hectic few weeks. I came to work and to work for the people of Sint Maarten. That's our purpose here. To work together for all people of Sint Maarten. Coalition or opposition, it doesn't matter. If what you come to do is in the benefit of Sint Maarten, I am pro. It's all about action, country above self. I'm here to address the pressing issues in the community and to serve as a voice of that same community. That's my job. Transparency is key, and that's the reason why I'm asking critical questions. Some might take it personal, but it's not personal. It's not about us in here, it's about the people. That being said, we have all been seeing the different videos surrounding in our community in regards to the different school fights. All have been going viral. We, as the people, must ensure that our children don't end up in prison. Rehabilitation is a must. And for the ones that know, I have been a long-time advocate for this cause. So therefore, action is needed. We need to be creative. I'm therefore also pleased to see Mr. Violines, also known as Lexi, who I know from my legal capacity, as an attorney to see that he wrote a book, Surviving Point Blanche Prison, for a long time. You can order this book now through Amazon. This book also needs to be spreaded, in my opinion, because it's not available in hard copy. It should be in hard copy so that the knowledge can be shared under our youth. Because often we realize a lack of knowledge can have other consequences. We need to involve and empower our community. We cannot afford to remain passive any longer and waiting on others to do what we can tackle ourselves. The community is in dire need of assistance. The youth is currently out of hand. I asked several critical questions to the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport, also to the Ministry of Justice in regards to the youth on Sint Maarten. Unfortunately, I haven't seen no structured, proper program in place to tackle the current issue on the island. And this was really shocking to me, because from one angle, it is stated that justice is on the end of the tail, and education is stating it's very important, but then on the other hand, nothing is really being done about it now. The ministry mentioned in his presentation that he's waiting on UNICEF. While in several questions, it was made clear how important it is to tackle this matter. Short-term, mid-term, and long-term. But I'm now looking at short-term issues. So I'm of the opinion that at this moment, we cannot continue to wait. We need action, and as our MP Emmanuel states, we need it now. Hence, I propose 2 amendments for Country Sint Maarten, because I believe for our youth, enough is enough. And as some might be aware as well, we have seen the need of legal assistance on our island. I myself have been giving free legal advice for a while. During campaign period, I introduced the legal advice store. This was well received in the community. And I believe that the community deserves access to that legal assistance, as a legal help desk on the island is a must. So that's why I think we need to continue on this path, and also to prepare our community for the vision that we have for Sint Maarten. Hence, I propose the 2 amendments which are connected to peaceful, mentioned Peaceful Together School, a violence-free initiative, and also to establish a legal help desk on the island, so that everyone who needs legal assistance and cannot afford it will be able to go through the legal help desk. And as we all know, through VSA, those legal help desks has been, there's no legal help desk, but there are help desks in different communities. So therefore, it will be connected to that. I think if we look at the different projects in connection to that, we can see the need for a pilot program in connection to the school fights. It's broader than that. It's not only focused on the school fights, but as we have heard here today, we have seen that it is a combination of factors with the different stakeholders, and in my amendment in regards to that, I am detailed explaining the need of addressing this matter for the youth and also specifically for the young girls on our island. As we have seen the different questions that have been asked to the respected ministries, through you, Madam Chair, it was made clear that a pilot program is needed together with the different ministries, being justice, education, and also VSA. And by having that pilot program in place, the three ministries can work together with the different stakeholders, being the schools, the police, the prosecutor office, the Ministry of Justice itself, education, youth workers, and then we can plan and coordinate, work together, consult each other, develop the different programs, such as HALT, because I'm aware of HALT, and HALT works good in the Netherlands, and we should have a HALT system. So that's also mentioned in the amendment, and I'm happy to see that the Ministry of Justice also mentioned HALT. So I believe that that is something that we should continue in, and in the pilot program we can develop and evaluate what HALT will have as an effect on the Justice Ministry in connection with the prosecutor office and the court system. And as you know, I also am aware how stressful it is currently on the court system to have youths being involved in that. The plan to further develop the long-term goal for the tackling of the youth can also, again, be involved in the project that has been developed by the ministry, or the ministry is busy developing the boot camp or the military academy that can, based on the pilot, we have the numbers and we see where and who and with what structure those youths fall in that program. We need to get the ball rolling, I believe, and to inform the youth, inform the community that we're busy with this and that there will be a zero tolerance. I believe that action needs to be taken. And by approving this amendment, I know we will be voting on that matter later, I believe that the current issue that we're dealing with the youth will have a holistic approach, and that holistic approach will be by bringing more visibility of police officers, and I'm aware that we don't have a lot of them, but we do have the CAMAR, and we also have VKS. So in the combination of the three sectors, we can invest in prevention and also look into the matters of how can this be avoided. We also have like the option to avoid youths of being in groups together, also known as samenscholingsverbod. By not having groups, small groups together, that can also avoid them, the issue from escalating. And that can have also several consequences for the betterment of that youth. Because a lot of times, youth is being hyped up by the other friend or other schoolmate, and then a lot of times it's escalated. So by having a samenscholingsverbod, that can also be looked into through that pilot program. Also, if we go through the pilot program, if we continue with the pilot program, this also makes clear in what way the home situation should be tackled, and in what way the parents, because we heard it as well, that the parents play a very important role in this matter. So therefore, I believe that also in the pilot program, the parents will be involved to have that connection with school, the justice worker, the justice department, and also the parents involved in that. If you look at the background information, as we all know, at this moment, the Juvenile Detention Center, being the Miss Lali Center, is not housing a lot of youth. I understood, if I have it correctly, that there's only one juvenile between the age of 12 and 18 years, and the rest are between 18 and 21. So therefore, I am of the opinion that there needs to take place a revamping of the MLC. And In that revamping, I believe that we also need to look, and that can also be looked into in that pilot program, to make sure that the current girls that are committing crimes are not facing any consequences, seeing that once they commit a crime or once they are arrested after a few hours, maximum of 6 hours, you can be questioned, they are being let go without any consequences a lot of times, and therefore they need to be aware of the fact that there will be a consequence to their action. So therefore, we have to investigate if there's a possibility to create the 2 wings in Ms. Lally Center, one for the males, the young boys, and the other side for the young girls, to be creative in that manner, because at this moment, there is no equality in that. The young boys are being arrested and the girls are being let go without consequences. Not even the ankle bracelet monitoring is being used, while it can be used for minors as well. So that can also be evaluated in the pilot program that I am proposing through this amendment. And then also in that pilot program, we can look into the matter how court cases, including minors, can be tackled in a shorter period of time, because at this moment, if a minor commits a crime, within a period of a year, if they're lucky, they will see the judge, while there are possibilities to speed that up, also called snelrechtszittingen, so that they will face the consequences of their action right away. So that pilot program, the idea is to have it for a period of 3 months to evaluate and gather the numbers, to latest start September 24. And the financing is also clear on the where it's being taken from. The budget stays neutral in that sense. I asked the different questions, and based on the answers that I have received, the part of the complete package of the 250,000 for the 3 factors, JVO, anti-counterfeit, is being lowered to 200,000, and then the pilot program will be mentioned in that factor for 100,000 to make that possible. Also, if we look at the need for the legal help desk, the legal help desk is also pretty straightforward. The need of this legal help desk on the island, I believe that the different help desks, being the ones in Cole Bay, Dutch Quarter, St. Peter's, Hope Estate, can make use of that legal advice through attorneys that are willing to cooperate on a picket basis. Other than that, you have the option.
Excuse me, MP Roseberg, MP Otley. You would like to make interruption?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I must say I'm listening to the MP. I'm listening keenly to the MP, especially where it relates to the VSR aspect. And while I think it's a good initiative, what I would like to know is that which stakeholders were consulted. I'm missing that aspect of it. In my other capacity, I think it's something that could be used, but it's very important to know what stakeholders were consulted. And number 2, I think it's a bit, well, to me, a bit unclear on the second amendment. It's very long, that was said. And I see that you say that you received advice. Did you consult with the Minister of Finance on any of these budget amendments?
Thank you, MP Otley. MP Roseberg.
Thank you very much for
the
those 2 questions. In connection to the VSA ministry, the stakeholders that were consulted were in regards to the ones that work with the different help desks, and the fact that once because this is not something that just came about, once it was made known, or once the public saw that seeing my legal expertise and my legal job as an attorney and providing the legal advice, the community came to me, and also those working in VSA made it known, like, is this only politically related, or is it something that will take place on a structural basis, because we are in need of that on Sint Maarten. And therefore, I had a meeting with the department connected to the different help desk. And based on what was brought forward, I used that in this amendment. Also, in regards to consulting the Ministry of Finance, what I did is I looked at the budget, and seeing that I'm not a numbers person, I knew that to look at the budget and to make sure that it stays budget neutral and see where are the funds being used from, because that was my input. And also the specialist from the finance ministry made it clear, okay, if you're moving funds, how are you moving them to make sure that it stays budget neutral? So to answer the question of the MP Otley, I did consult indirectly by asking how to make it neutral and make sure that it's not surpassing the budget. So I think that question was answered. And also the funds that are being used are based on the numbers mentioned on the budget, and where I believe, if you look, for example, at the victim support system or the victim support office, it has not been operational as yet. So the amounts that are mentioned currently on the budget, I believe that the amounts a part of that amount can be taken off to tackle the matter at hand. So again, the amounts that have been used, and then if I look, for example, also at the school safety initiative from the Ministry of Education, which was first 175,000, and it became 100,000. I lowered it to 100,000 to tackle that school safety initiative, because up to now, I haven't received, although I requested it on several occasions from the ministry to you, Madam Chair, to get that specification. So the amendment is detailed, because I don't believe in just providing an amendment without details. It's explaining step by step how it's going to be executed, but the numbers speak for itself. And I believe that based on the detailed information provided, that it's furthermore not really rocket science. It's just getting the ball rolling instead of just talking and not executing what needs to be done. Because officially, if I'm looking at what has been happening for the past month plus, it's shocking to see that there hasn't been a plan in place which could have been executed quite easily. So therefore, I'm using my role as a member of parliament to get that ball rolling through the amendment. And I think it's time to focus and do what needs to happen. And indeed, as my colleague MP Otley stated, it's time to raise the bar. So let's continue to raise the bar. And I believe by providing this amendment through Parliament, it's a way of raising the bar and being proactive. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. Members of Parliament, you've all received the amendment that MP Roseberg mentioned in your emails. You can review it at your leisure. We continue on the speakers list, and I give the floor now to MP Christophe Emmanuel.
Good night to everyone. Madam Speaker, I came with a few questions for the Minister of Justice on Carnival. And then I was like, you're going to inherit that anyway. Why ask the question? And then I was like, okay, I have some more questions for the Minister of Finance. I have questions. And I was like, but what sense does it make? Because you're simply going to get the same answers. I came with a whole set of pictures of Mary Laurent School in Miller Region. Those were the pictures I had from since I did the live during the election time with Clyde Martin, a member of Parliament. Now, picture right next to the school. No windows, no roof, no nothing. All those pictures I came with to stick them up on the board so I can explain to the people of Sint Maarten why I will not be supporting this budget. Because I don't believe in millions, 36 million or 30 million for a prison. And hear what I'm saying, and we can't even get a library bill. You realize the tone change. I ain't say the government, you know. Time before that I would say, but this government can't even build a library. I said, but we can't even get a library bill. Can't even put a roof on the school. The Minister of Education walked in, 12 million. Charlotte Brooks in. 12 million. On top of John Lamley's Center and drawings and you know, I look at builders in this hall. I look at them. Not one of them could tell me that the John Lamley Center is conducive or a correct place for a school. For a school. And then I went and I took pictures of Rahul Village. Because the minister said, and he put up the pictures, it's complete, it's done. And then I said, well, what happened to the stands? What happened to the bleachers? No roof, railing hanging. And then I was like, but Chris, you're going to inherit that. Leave it alone. And then I heard them yesterday talking. You know, everybody was having fun. Halt! And confused. Those were the words of the day. Minister was over there with their phone out taking pictures. It was a happy moment. It was a happy moment. Until MB Westcott came and leveled it out. Then all the halting stopped. It was over. And then I'm still seeing long faces because of what happened today. But the chair did well. But I want to say this, though. I'm not asking no questions to none of the ministers. Madam Chair, when you're starting to build a house and you have your foundation, there's something called profile. The builders in here, they know what's the profile. They're going to know. The only piece of material you need for your profile to start is a piece of 2x4. In the corners, you put your nails in them, whether you're using your 8-inch or your 6-inch block. You take out your level, your tape, your measure, you put in your nails, you tie your string and you pull them to see how you're going to level out the blocks and how they're going to fit. The 2x4 you need for the profile. When you're boxing up the columns, it's 2x4 you need to box up the columns. When you reach to the ring beam, you make up your ring beam, you then got your stirrups done, bend, and you tie them. You're boxing up your ring beam. What you need to straighten it out and keep them level, 2x4. If you want to add on a piece of lip, you know when you watch somebody porch on the roof, you just see like little three layers come down. 2x4 they use and they put one here and then the next one there, and when they pour it and they take it off, you get that lip. When you want to rod off the concrete, they call that squeal. And if you don't got the metal rod, It's 2x4 you use. You make a squeal. You can't use no 3x6, 4x4. It's too heavy. It ain't come level. The concrete gonna get bent up. Ain't gonna be good. You need that 2x4. When you're decking that roof, and you put your plywood together in between them, it got lines. It's a 2x4 you put in between them to straighten them out, block up the line. So that when you pour the roof and you take off the ply form, you don't see lines running all over. You don't see that. The most valuable piece of lumber in any construction is a piece of 2x4. The most valuable piece of lumber. They can sell you the 2x6 and say, yeah, I'm selling material. Come for the ply form, come for the 2x6, come for the 3x6, come for the 4x4. No, but leave the 2x4 in the corner. I need a 2x4. I want a 2x4. I'm keeping the 2x4. It's the most valuable material when you're building something new. And that's what's happening here. We're going to build something new. I listened yesterday to the others talking. And for some reason, to the formateur, it seemed as if the governor is talking to somebody else more than he's talking to you. For some reason, I get that impression. That's the impression I get, Madam Chair. And everything is, it ain't going to last, it ain't going to this. I said the same thing with the last government. But it lasts. I mean, the former colleague ain't here no more, but he kept that. What I'm saying is this, and as much as I can point out why a piece of 2x4 is so valuable, why it's so strong, why it's so versatile, why it's the most used in anything that you're building, this is for the coalition. The longer you leave it out in the sun, it's the easiest piece to bend. It's the easiest piece of lumber to bend. And when it bends and twists, it has no more value. It has no more value. When it bends and it twists, because it's out in the sun too long. I read that press release from the governor. Now it's gone to the 26th. Out in the sun kind of long. But we strong, man. We good. I remember one of my opponents in the election would say, we solid. We solid. Which is a good thing. This is not an issue between who's in and who's out. What this is what's best for the people of Sint Maarten. What's best for the people of Sint Maarten? So I received 21 questions to ask the Minister of Justice, this permit you give out, and did you meet with Canada, did you meet with this, and did you that and this and that? I'm like, who's that going to serve? It's what it is. It's already done. I get more questions to ask the minister. In here, bearing point. Because of his boys and them. And I was like, yeah, they say the boys and them from the friend. They say it's your boys. Madam Chair, through you. What is it going to serve? Absolutely nothing. I'll tell you the funny thing, though. The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said you can be doing the right thing, but at the wrong time, and you'll get the worst result. Even though it's the right thing. And yeah, elections is done, it's over. a new parliament is sworn in, members of parliament are sitting. It's the right thing, but definitely taking too long can also get the wrong results. If there's no government in, you can get the wrong results. I am not going to attack and go at no minister here this evening. I'm not doing that. I don't like confidential documents, but I took them. And I'll tell you why. I think the minister I think the minister is sincere in her approach with producing the information. I still have a little, I know my boy, I can't say my boy, but I know my colleague, Cloyd Marlin is smiling because he's begging me to have a conversation with a certain someone. But Marley have a song where he says, me don't know how me and them going to work it out. And that's what I'm trying to say to him. You know? And going through the pictures, when I was looking for it, put up here about the school, I saw a picture with me as a candidate on the National Alliance with my sweater on, with Emmanuel here, bold. And as much as this I here tried to block out the next person, I was hugging, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And a big hug down, you know. A big hug down. And all I could do was smile and say, there was good days. There was good days. But I'm part of building a new house now. And that's what it is. That's what it is. So I'm saying to the people of Sint Maarten, you must need some water. I'm saying to the people of Sint Maarten, just a little bit more patience. I am sort of running out of it too as well. But just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. I am not going to beat up on this SG and beat up on this one because you're going to inherit it. You got to go and still have that conversation and talk with them too as well. So when they come in and tell you, if you don't approve this budget, you're going against civil servant. If you don't do this, you're going against that. Please. Years before, you never give cola. You never do nothing. You come now in the last shower of the rain. And that's the good thing when you're going out of government, you know. And when you're ending up in opposition, it's only then you want to get all the things done. It's only then you want to get them done. Only then. But for now, that 2x4 straight, it's strong. Madam Chair playing out the kings that was in it yesterday. The Westcott did a good job. And for them not to bend, she put them down on some blocks. Because, like I tell you, the builders, they know how we just do it. She laid them out straight, put them down on some blocks, and put some more blocks on top of them to keep it straight. So they ain't bending and twisting nowhere in the sun. You can give me the cutthroat as much as you want. But we good. But when it comes to this budget, no. No, I'm saying this especially to the justice. I have a problem with UNOPS. I have a serious problem. To me, no. The more I dig into them, I have a problem giving out that kind of money, or even putting up that kind of money for a prison. The former minister, Honorable Rhoda Arundel, said, you give me 30 million, then we don't have to build no more prisons. Because we can just have our best schools and everything that we need. To me, yeah, schools, sporting facilities, so many different things are in much more need I'm not saying that the prison is not. I'm just saying for me, there are more things of priority. It can't be a political party that has two ministries, justice and education, and, you know, and you're talking about one and two ministries that deals with people. That deals with people that are hurting. Teachers, justice workers, and I must take 36 million and put in concrete and steel. Not even for 500 prisoners. I have a problem with that. I have a serious problem with that. I have a problem with taking 12 million and saying to the people of Sint Maarten that you're going to build a school of performing on top of a community center that you very well know can't go there. You know it can't go there. No one is not saying it's not needed, but look for a piece of land and build a proper school. Something we haven't done. Something we haven't done in the last 20 years. The last school that was built from scratch in this country is a Hillside Christian School in Cahill. From scratch. But it's not a government school. What we do is patch up Orania School, patch up Martin Luther King School, patch up this school, and all we are doing is patching. Madam Chair, through you, is nothing in particular against the Minister of Justice for her initiative with the prison, nothing against the Minister of Finance for putting the monies there, but I can't agree with that. I am not doing that. My other colleagues, if they want to go ahead, they can. But I know 7 of you all have to approve your budget, and you just need one more from this side. And it's approved. It just won't be me. I thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Manuel. We keep moving on the speakers list, and next is MP Ludmilla de Wever. MP de Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good evening to everyone. I just kind of want to take full circle, right? Because I kept things, every time I come up here for a budget debate, I really try to stick to the facts. I try to stick to the numbers. And it's either what's in the budget or what is being offered up on presentations that we get from the ministers. And every time you come back to the budget, you learn something new. This may be, I think, maybe my third or fourth budget. But if anyone can see the size of it, this year it was like 100 extra pages, right? So it's a lot to go through, and it's only normal that when you come, like, you know, every time you have to go in, you get something more, you learn something more, you go deeper into something that you didn't notice beforehand. And I asked a simple question, a very simple question. I said, I just want to get an understanding of how much personnel we have, how much we need, what else we can do with it going forward. And I was really quite surprised on it. It wasn't to make anybody trip up. It was just a basic question I wanted to make sure that we can support government. Because our role here, besides holding them accountable, is making sure that what government is doing, we're in alignment with, that we can actually support them in that. And I'll give you a brief example of, as I go through the ministries in terms of obtaining this information. So, without any issues at all, at the end of me requesting these questions from Central Committee meeting and then coming into it again in this OVE, in this public meeting, there was one ministry that stood out to me, and that was the Ministry of Finance. And the reason it stood out to me is because they knew exactly what I was asking. And perhaps maybe, you know, I don't mean no offense to anyone, but when you're asking questions from a financial perspective, finance people get it. So I literally wanted to know, what do we have in accordance with our function book? What do we have that is actually in place? What is there at the end of the year? What else do we need? And what I found out was, for an example, the Ministry of Finance, in their function book, they have 200 people, but what they actually really have at the end of the year is 206 persons, which means their function book also needs to be updated to reflect 206 persons. And that is the purpose of my question, is how can I support you? Because when here on this side, the 15 members of parliament actually understand what is happening in government, then you'll see that we're really working for the people because we're supporting government in exactly what they need. Moving on to the second ministry that was okay with providing the information was the Ministry of VSI. But to me, it's no surprise because the SG from the minister, the one who was the head of finance control at the Ministry of VSI is now who's the SG in finance. So no surprise there. I'm not trying to point out people to give them praise, but you have to give Jack his jacket where it's due. Because the point of this conversation is, when I was on that other side as a minister, right, we all started government talking about how we don't want to operate in silos, right? That's how we started off. But let me tell you, the real threat here, besides having egotistical ministers, is operating in silos. Because I also requested, when I came up here for clarification, for first round, for other questions during Central Committee, and then also coming in here, I said, why don't you go and ask the SG of the Minister of Finance how to get the work done or how to do it correctly? I mean, there was even a cheat sheet provided by the SG of Finance. But again, it goes back to the point that operating in silos is a very, very big risk. So it might be a warning of this outgoing government and a warning to the incoming government that I'm part of the coalition of. Operating in silos is at the detriment of your country and your people, okay? And I want to go through the rest of the ministries. I have to say, kudos to the Ministry of Education for attempting. Kudos for the Ministry of TEAT for attempting, because I got a call this morning, 7 o'clock, making sure that what they were providing was correct, and I appreciate that, because it tells you how civil servants are going above and beyond. And justice, don't even talk about that, because the staff is here in this building, and I'm saying, can you explain this? And they're sitting with you and making sure I'm not trying to set anybody up. I'm not trying to trip them up. I am really trying to be in a position where I understand what government needs and how I can support them. I feel like Jerry Maguire, literally like, help me help you. That's literally what I was trying to do. But this was a challenge. It was a massive challenge because there was one ministry that didn't even try. I had like, instead of 12 tables, I had like six numbers there. And the thing is that sometimes I want to find out if the one ministry that didn't try was the Ministry of VROMI in the sense of providing the information. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because I understand the minister is not here, and I understand that we have a ward namer, but it goes back to, are you not providing the information because you don't care? Or are you providing that you're not, and the minister is not here? Because I really wanted to understand what is going on here. Like, why did I get nothing from VROMI? And it's not fair to say that a minister is not here to represent. Because if we all really care about this country, we'll all be working together and not in silos. Because when instructions were given to go ahead to the same ministry that had it literally almost correct, it was like almost 100%, they didn't do it. So are you working for the people, or are you working to just disrespect me? Because I am disrespected when you don't provide information. The people who end up being disrespected, actually, when you don't provide it, is the civil servants. Because that's the fourth pillar. That is the fourth pillar of any successful country, is the civil servants. And what I got was insufficient information to support my country. And it's just for me to let them know that the biggest issue that we have at the end of the day isn't about one person in P&O who is the problem, who has all the power in the world, or the other person that should know HR being the problem. When you go back to just the basics of knowing your personnel, knowing what they need, knowing how much you need, trust me, there's a long way that you can go. A very, very, very long way. So that is literally, that was the purpose of me asking that. I wanna just mention that to everybody. One other thing I encountered that I really want to get out there. What I saw was civil servants that was very eager to share the information. Civil servants that was very engaged in making me understand when I didn't understand, and I was brave enough to say I don't understand to their face. And I also saw civil servants that were intimidated to give me the information. What that proves to me is that perhaps some ministers try to control a little bit too much what happens in the core workforce of civil service. Because when you have ministers with all of their power, that think that they run everything, then you have civil servants that are silenced. And that is the biggest issue I saw in the Ministry of Rami not giving me the information, not because of a minister being absent, but the fact that across the board, I'm not singling out anyone, what is happening at the level of the ministers, do not forget your civil servants. That is what I saw today. I saw civil, and it's incredible. It's really incredible to me that really people are scared to speak up the truth, because if you talk the truth and you say what is there, then you know that you can be supported. And it says that maybe perhaps, just perhaps, that cabinets have a little bit too much power when they're not in the interest of the overall picture of Sint Maarten. And that's what I wanted to say from that exercise. And I hope that the incoming government, when I have finally sworn in and everything is done, that you keep that in your mind, because I will remind you about it. Number two, besides the personnel, there's two more things, right? One is 58 million. And I know that the Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, probably recognized that figure one time. And the other one is under the sea, just like the song from The Little Mermaid. So 58 million. I will tell you all my issues with this budget is that when you look at the expense side, you can guarantee yourself, I'll bet anything on it right now, that those expenses are pretty much very realistic expenses, okay? Very realistic. That 58 million extra revenue in the 2024 budget versus 2023, I got issues with it. I have massive issues with it, because 58 million, I'm not going to deny the fact that that minister over there, Madam Chair Lady, sorry I can't point, sorry about that. It's really like the island side coming in on me. But I know that the minister really tries hard. I know it. I've worked with him. I know it. But 58 million is a tough pill for me to swallow when you're telling me that it's coming from things that are not really there and ready yet. And I'm fearful. And the risk for me in this budget is the fact that we have all those expenses, partner, but a 58 million, I don't know how we're going to do that in the last 3 quarters of 2024 to bring that in. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind when you're going across the board to looking at anything that you want to change and how you want to spend. The last part is under the sea. I take note of the fact that, you know, the topic this morning, I want to give you all a little story, right? Because I gave the notice of lateness this morning. There was a reason for that, right? There is a project coming on. There's a camp going on here this weekend, and it's called Climate Justice Camp. And I want to point it out because it's the first time that this Climate Justice Camp is taking place in the region, in the Caribbean, okay? And what's interesting is the topic, like the popular item these days is, you know, environment, climate justice. You know, yeah, we want to help the environment. We want to support the environment. Climate change is a topic around the world that everybody is taking control of and going with it. But when you're going to talk about climate justice and protecting the environment, you have to actually put your money where your mouth is, okay? So you cannot say that you are for protecting the environment and stuff like that when you want to go basically give a lease out for under the sea. That's my issue here. So I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to use the words that was the word of du jour, or the word of the day yesterday about halt. You can be assured that there will be a halt to under the sea rentals. I'm going to tell you that, because the way that I saw things going in this government is the fact that at the rate we're going, you can't just talk the talk. At the rate that we are going, let me tell you something, we won't be able to swim in the water anymore. That's at the rate that we are going in this island. So under the sea, we're going to come back and visit that again after budget debate. But I'm going to give you a heads up that is not going to happen anymore. And if I go in to swim out in any ocean, no boat is going to stop me and tell me I must pay $10 to swim in my ocean. Because we're already encroaching on our beaches willy-nilly and calling it economic success. And that this is how we're improving our economy. No way, partner, because my water, my sea, and my sand ain't for sale. Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP De Wever. Next on the speakers list is MP Luc Mersalina. MP Mersalina, you have the floor.
President of Parliament, Secretary General, my dear colleagues, as Member of Parliament, ministers, your support staff, and the public, the people in the Tribune, and Sint Maarten in general, good night. Ministers, I do not have any questions for you guys, and I do not have any request for clarification, because I have learned my lesson yesterday that once I have some critical statements concerning my concerns for my country, it's going to be turned into a political game, unfortunately. But it is what it is, and I hope one day it will change. What I want all of us to realize is that Sint Maarten is going through some challenging times. And especially I want you guys to realize that we are failing with our country on all fronts. My healthcare is failing. My infrastructure for my country is failing. My utility of my country is failing. My education is failing. My housing for my people is failing. And the homeless are getting more and more on the streets of Sint Maarten. And that's why I'm very worried for the coming 4 years that we have to encounter. And I want to thank my colleague, Member of Parliament, Mr. Christopher Emmanuel, to give elucidation on what I would like for weeks already to explain the people of Sint Maarten. But in the function of being technically the formateur, I'm very restricted in informing on a daily or weekly basis about the progress of the formation of a new government. But as Member of Parliament Christopher Emmanuel said, one other MP on my left side here put some blocks. Christopher Emmanuel lifted the 2x4s and put them on the blocks, and the formateur brought a tarp to throw over the 2x4s. So, and now we know that we are safe, and whatever agenda is guiding this process, we are going to bring something new for Sint Maarten. But under one condition, I want to ask all those that are going an extra mile for their country, for example, the politicians, the ministers now, all that has Sint Maarten at heart, for us to stop breaking each other every day, criticizing each other, and try to work on our mindset to become positive and constructive people in this country. Nowadays, we wake up in the morning, the first thing we do, we're going to open our phones and look at the headlines on social media, and the more destructive they are for our own people that we should love, the more we're going to enjoy the session with our telephone. I really believe that this has to stop, and I'm asking my people of Sint Maarten to reset all our minds to become positive people with a great love for each other. We need a budget, and I said it yesterday, it has to be a different other budget, but unfortunately, again, it was turned into a political game. Well, that was not my intention. I said that this budget had some risks for the coming 4 years, and this figure 85, or 58 in this case, I think it's 70 by the way, but 58 has been mentioned, and I will respect it, is one of the risks of this budget. But as Mr. MP Christopher Emmanuel said, it is what it is. We will not be demotivated, and we will do what we have to do with the budget that we have. It is, as I said in the first round, the most important law that we have, and it's especially a law that has to be enforced in 2024, and we will make the best out of it in 2024 with the law that we have for 2024. Out of my heart, I want to thank all the ministers that contributed for the realization of this budget, and especially, as MP De Wever said, the civil servants as the big motor behind this budget 2024. If you agree with it or not, it is what it is, but for it to be there, it needs a lot of attention, devotion, energy, and time investment to realize it. And for that, I would like to thank all the civil servants that worked on the realization of this budget. As I said, I am the formateur at this particular moment, and I'm a member of Parliament. I have made an agreement with all partners involved in the formation, and that's why an agreement that I had is that I'm going to be very restricted in giving information for this to follow a good course. Today was the first day that a statement was made by me in the social media. But one thing I want to close off with is telling you the blocks are there, the 2x4 is on top of them, and the tarp has been bought today. Once more, thank you all for the budget, and I'm looking forward to a great working relationship also in Parliament with all the members of Parliament. Because at the end of the day, we have one living room, one television, one sofa, and at the end of the day, this living room has to accommodate all of us, for all of us to have a great life here in Sint Maarten. Madam Chair, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, MP Mercelina. Next on the speakers list, we have MP Cloyd Malin. MP Malin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the honorable ministers, I say thank you. To my colleague MPs, good evening. To the media, good evening. To the mic, it's working. I'm talking like MP. The MPs talk rather soft, so I'm trying to speak like the MP. To the persons in the tribune, I say good evening. Madam Chair, I want to start off with congratulations. Congratulations to the outgoing ministers. I got cake here from them as they celebrated exactly 4 years in government, a feat never seen before in Sint Maarten. History was made today, March 28. Made exactly 4 years since you took office. So congratulations, but I must change your name from the outgoing government to the government of overtime, because you officially on overtime now, since the incoming government the supposed to soon be realized government, as my colleague MP say, the 2x4 government, the Messalina cabinet, or when they get in government. Yesterday, the word of the day was halt, you see, but we're going to change it up today. The contradiction, the government of contradiction. And let me explain why, exactly why I say the government of contradiction. We got some members over there talking about Palatino. We got others over here saying no Palatino. We got some over there talking about faction staff increase. We got others saying no faction staff increase. We got some, you want Zaha Ackley here. So I refer to them as the government of contradiction. And right here, we just hear them say, one say, they take the 2x4, they put it down, they put blocks on it. But when we hear the leader of the coup, he say, I thank the MP for putting on the 2x4, and we putting on the blocks, and putting the 2x4 on it, and then putting tarpaulin on it. So which one it is? Which one it is? As an engineer, and a modern engineer, to my colleague MP, 2x4 is no longer the most used or the most needed thing in construction. Those days done, my friend. We got modern things we do. No more batter boards. We got lasers for those things. We got all kind of Docker systems. We don't need no more 2x4. Madam Chair, yesterday I heard a question. A question was posed to Madam Prime Minister. And the question was, I want to know the difference between the Netherlands, Holland, and the Kingdom. What's the difference? I was like, wow, I had to think. The Netherlands, Holland, the Kingdom. And where that question come from? Why that question? But then I realized when I read the newspaper today, the good MP probably was looking at the notes of his fellow MP, because I heard my colleague MP talk about when you wake up in the morning, you look at social media, you look at the newspaper, and it's full of sensation. So then I grabbed the newspaper. And to quote the newspaper, Dr. Luc Mercelina on Wednesday stressed that Sint Maarten needed to be less dependent, so not so dependent, less dependent on others, including the Netherlands. So less dependent on others, including the Netherlands, and issued a call on the Dutch government to make a commitment to help develop the country. So less dependent of the Netherlands, but make a call, a plea to the Dutch government to make a commitment to help develop the country. MP Manuel said, right in this room we got engineers, we ain't gonna go too far to help. So, the government of contradiction. MP Manuel, I hear you call my name. You say yesterday, the word of the day, Madam Chair, to you, was halt. Halt. And he said, when he said the halt, the phones come out, and they start to smile, and they start to clap in the room, because the halt until MP Westcott the halt, and they get depressed, their heads went down in the somber. Well, today, I saw something too. I saw the candidate ministers, the candidate MPs to come, who in here come ministers, all of them filled the Tribune. The lovely Tribune was filled with candidate proposed ministers, MPs coming in. When the MPs come, yeah, they weren't here. And I say, wow, the time come, because according to the first extension, had to be in the 29th, so everybody come to do the 28th, and then Farmer Third issued a press release. I didn't know. I see everybody through the door, and it was gone. Why? I figured it out. Because I look at my phone, and I watch the WhatsApp. Oh, an extension. The government of contradiction became the government of extension now. So all of them vacated the room, went for lunch, but they didn't come back. We had dinner now, and they're still in the room. Because why? 1 more month before they either go over there or before they come in here. 1 more month. And like my colleague MP said, when you leave a 2x4 in the sun too long, it starts to get bent. So I realized that the candidate ministers and the candidate MPs to come, they leave the room. Madam Chair, a question was posed to, I believe, the Minister of Education. And that question was from a colleague MP. And the question was, what are we doing to protect local artists? What are we doing to protect local entrepreneurs? What are we doing to protect the local Sint Maarteners? And I was so happy. I was extremely happy when my colleague MP questioned that. But then again, the government of contradiction. Right before that, there was a statement. I need to know how a Sint Maartener became a SG in their country. What was the criteria? How she get a job? What qualifications she got? So all of a sudden, that rule of wanting to protect the Sint Maarteners was through the door. It went through the door. While from the answers given from the minister, it went through the SOAB, it went through all the rigorous investigations, it went through screening, and the person finally get the job. So when the locals in Sint Maarten get those top jobs right here where they born, right here when they go up, they got to go through all kind of rigorous questions from we, who should be proud to see our very own. So to the SG, I said, congratulations. And I also must say, congratulations, as today, another SG, another strong Sint Maarten woman became an SG. So put on your armors, because you too might have to go through the same kind of rigorous questioning if you're qualified, what's your qualifications, what's your experience, how you get there, what you do. I want to see everything. But at the same time, we hear them on the floor. We want laws to protect our local artists. We want laws to protect our local entrepreneurs. So, Madam Chair, I would like to say that I will support this budget. I got it right here. Like a colleague MP say, it get extra pages. Probably get so much pages because of the things that is good in this budget that is coming. Yes, I might tend to agree with my colleague MP when he say, you know, you want to see certain things at library, I want to see certain things built fast. But when I see a budget, especially before the election, when everybody campaigning, it's a hoax, it's a stunt. It ain't true. The justice workers won't get their pay. But then, when I look in right here, not what I say, right here in the newspaper, signing of a national decree for Group 3 of the justice workers. In their payments for the justice workers, right in here. Right in here. So if I pass in this budget, it's to make sure that they get paid. Congratulations to you, the minister, and to the justice workers, because they're going to get paid. And I hear today, I was happy to hear about the civil servants, how hard they work. And we thank them for how hard they work in helping prepare this risk budget, and for them to start preparing the super budget will come in. I advance. Thank you. And that's why when I seen here 2% cost of living adjustments, for them, I got to vote for this budget. Got it right in here. So maybe it got things that we could amend and change, but to the government of overtime, the outgoing, whatever, I say thank you for the hard work. Thank you for the stability that you provided. And thank you for going the extra mile in governing while those who coming in, whenever they come, the government extension finally reach for holding on for them, for doing their job. And I would like to give a little piece of advice before I leave. A small little advice. When you get sick, you feel sick, you go to a doctor for advice. And I would like to tell a doctor, when it comes to formation, you go to a formateur. And right next to me, you got the most experienced formateur right here. And you got another one right there. So you got them right here. Go for them, look for them. Like how it is go for medical advice by the doctor, I would like to tell the doctor, go by formation advice to the formateurs. Maybe just then you wouldn't need another extension. So in closing, I want to thank my outgoing government once again. And yes, I will be supporting this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Mallon. Next on our speakers list, we have MP Francisco La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed evening, Madam Chair Lady, Griffier, ministers, my member, colleagues, those in the tribune, everyone listening or watching via social media. Madam Chair Lady, I am somewhat confused, but I do understand with one of the questions that I ask most of the ministers, or all the ministers, concerning what it has cost the country in legal fees for cases. But I have discussed this with a fellow MP, and we will work on a motion together to see if we could find a solution to that. Madam Chair Lady, Sint Maarten, these are names that I want you to listen to carefully. Ida Nova, Costa Smeralda, P&O Iona, MSC World Europa, Mardi Gras, Iona, Icon of the Seas, and another 20 plus names, and another 20 plus names that are being built as we speak. And these are ships that are fueled on LNG. Madam Chair Lady, in the first round, I spoke about this, not only as a fuel, cleaner fuel, but also a source of income for the country, and also a relief when it comes to the fuel prices that we have from GEBE. Madam Chair Lady, a lot has been said, and I don't want to go too much into it because it makes absolutely no sense to explain over and over to the members of Parliament what they already know. Our people are suffering with the prices that we pay at GEBE. So today, March the 28th, 2024, considering the motion of April the 18th in 2013, which was adopted by 13 members of Parliament anonymously, which had the following listed as resolves: to request the Minister in charge of Energy Affairs to request the management and the Board of Supervisors of GEBE to submit within 30 days on the implementation of this relief, to present the collaboration with GEBE a fair proposal to the less fortunate in the community with emphasis on our senior citizens, and of January the 29th, 2011, anonymously approved by 15 members of Parliament, which had the following listed as resolves: to request the government as shareholder of GBE to instruct the management of GBE to take the necessary steps to immediately reduce the fuel clause for all consumers. The presentation of Parliament by Canadian Global SXM Investments Ltd. On the 30th of November, 2021, in which a viable path to cheaper, cleaner energy by liquefied natural gas, LNG. Considering the aforementioned motions were tabled and widely accepted, but with no execution by the executive branch for long-term venues for cheaper fuel acquisition, considering that it has been a long time since the Parliament has started a position in regards to such cheaper fuel alternatives, and this is the first budget debate of the new sitting Parliament for the term 2024-2028, and goes over to the order of the day. The motion that the government must take urgent action in diversifying the sources of fuel in Sint Maarten, particularly by means of LNG and waste-to-energy solutions, with a primary goal of lowering the ultimate cost of the consumer while also bringing new economic opportunities to the country. To request the minister in charge with energy affairs to request the management and the board of supervisors of GBE to submit within 60 days on the implementation of this board, an implementation of this relief, and to present in collaboration with GBE a fair proposal to the less fortunate in the community with emphasis on our senior citizens. Further resolves that the government of Sint Maarten and a harbour group of companies who should welcome new income-generating measures should explore the possibility to accommodate all ships that would dock in the harbour for the required fuel and power supply so that they can conserve their fuel and or supply them with fuel or LNG for those ships that are already converted. Once parties agree on terms, the government of Sint Maarten and a harbour group of companies should enter a joint venture only if it would not exceed 50 cents kilowatt, which would have 5 cents go directly to a fund for sports and agriculture. That in that regard, the government should explore the possibility of granting via tender a company with vast experience the right to propose a power generation plant as well as a transshipment port as proposed by Crowley. This to be done in line with all local law and regulations and providing the applicant can fulfill these legal obligations. That the government, in awaiting the contract to a LNG power supplier and also awarding a waste-to-energy concession, some minimum parameters should be in place to ensure the government gets the best possible outcome of such an agreement. Duration should be negotiated with government option to renew and the possibility for ownership stake upon renewal. Limitations: Canadian Global should only be allowed to generate power and sell to GBE, not direct to consumers. Power purchase agreement for both LNG and waste-to-energy, a minimum of 0.17 cents per kilowatt per hour. A concession fee, a minimum of 5 million guilders to government annually, doubled by 10 million after 5 years. Additional impacts: concessionaries should provide a specified amount of street lighting with the solar rechargeable equipment, contributions to sporting facilities so that the sporting facilities of Raoul Illich Sports Complex, Jose Lake, Jose Cooper Jr., the Little League, and the Phillipsburg Sports Auditorium can all be powered independently in addition with donated generators. Madam Chairlady, that was my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. The motion has been sent to MP La Cruz. Members of Parliament, we've received a motion as read by MP La Cruz. It is supported by sufficient members of Parliament. It will be booked in and then part of the total handling of the budget. So thank you again, MP La Cruz, and we move on to the next speaker on the list, which is MP Omar Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to everyone in the Tribune, the viewing and listening public, my honorable colleagues, both on the ministry and in Parliament. Madam Chair, I listen clearly to everyone speak. I listen clearly to members of Parliament try their best to give reassurance to each other. But the difference is the faces, the energy doesn't match. You see, I hear the good MP, now Farmateurs, speak of a day where we can wake up and don't look in our phones for headlines and work together and stop bashing each other. That is true. I do wish for that day, but it's not a reality. And we are living in a real world. And from the time we postulate ourselves, that is what we signed up for. Because unfortunately, it comes with the job. Madam Chair, while I hear about 2x4s being used to build and 2x4s being used to start the erection of buildings, I can say this: 2x4s cannot, and I repeat, cannot and will not ever handle the pressure of a multi-story building made of concrete. And why do I say this? See across the road? Across the road, that is a multi-story building made of concrete. The pressure you will face will break a 2x4, not in 2, not in 3, but in 4. So I could share it up equally after that. You see, April 26 is a whole lot of sun for this 2x4 to take. Because, Madam Chair, imagine if the 2x4 is twisting and turning before the members of Parliament or soon-to-be ministers can say, "So help me God." What makes you think the 2x4 is going to withstand 4 years of governing? With that, the only thought I can say is, "Oh, help me, God." Madam Chair, I believe that everything happens for a reason. I believe that it's time to be in opposition. I believe it's time to allow people who may think they have all the answers, who may think they can do better, the opportunity to do better. And I have said this before, I do not wish for your failure. Because if you fail, St. Maarten fails. We can throw punches, throw jabs, but on a serious note, I do not wish for your failure. But what I can say is this: while the common story from each and every faction has been, how are we going to explain the people if we leave? How are we going to explain the people? But let me give you an opening. DP, now, PFP, this is your chance. The Super 7 is waiting. The opportunity is here. Because if you don't take the opportunity and the gate closes and you miss the bus, you won't have to be explaining to people why you left. You'll have to be explaining to people from a podium as to why, after a government lasted 4 years, you are bringing them back to election at 2. Take heed, or even a year, MP, you're right. Take heed to my warning. I am giving you the reason. And I'm extending that open invitation on behalf of the Super 7. Madam Chair, yesterday I got a lot of calls and even a lot of texts from some of the coalition members that says, after I speak, say, man, Lord. And I said, Lord, what? Where did I lie? And all of them say, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you didn't lie. Today you hear the MP himself said it. I don't believe in UNUPs. I don't want UNUPs. And then my good colleague, MP Marlin, read, we need the Dutch to be more involved in St. Maarten. I say this, let us put country above self. And if something should come, whether it's opposition, we see amendments from opposition members, we see amendments from coalition members. And I have sat with coalition members that tell me they're going to bring an amendment, they're going to bring something. And I would give my 2 cents and give my advice, because if it's for St. Maarten, then it's for me. If it's for St. Maarten, then it's for my family. If it's for St. Maarten, then it's for each and every one of us. So, this budget, while some may support and some may not support, as an MP, of course, I support. And as a minister, that is my budget. I stand by my staff in VSI that proudly prepared this budget, proudly took everything that we have done over the past, well, I can speak over the past 2.5 years, and everything we have built on, and all the visions and dreams, although some may change, and I look at my SG, and the vision may change, but I advise you to steadfast and always work as you continuously do from your heart. Because VSI is not a money-making industry. As you can see, our bills are upwards of 98 million, while our incomes are 1-point-something million. VSI is a ministry of helping the people. And VSI was a ministry that have been overlooked. It was a ministry that nobody wanted. But now it's a hot commodity. Because again, we made it look good. We made it look good. So to my whole team that is looking at me, that is listening to me, I thank each and every one of you. Because without you, I could not have done it. So I want to take this moment and thank you personally. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. Members of Parliament, I will adjourn for just 5 minutes and will return at 8:49. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Welcome back, members of parliament. After that brief adjournment, we will continue with the next speaker on the list, and that is MP Artwell Irion. MP, you have the floor.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, Khafir. Good evening to the Council of Ministers. Good evening to my fellow colleague MPs. Good evening to the viewing public. Madam Chair, I realize we didn't have much questions tonight on the budget, and I think the incoming government understands now their position and their role, even though it's now delayed. MP, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, when I hear certain MPs talk, for example, about UNOPS and the budget, again, I will state, Madam Chair, every MP in here had opportunities to make amendments. If you thought UNOPS wasn't something you want, if you thought it would be near, whatever, the tax, whatever you didn't believe in, you'd had an opportunity to take it out. Every MP inside of here. We only have one amendment, but we have two amendments so far, I believe, by two different MPs. So they are making their proposals, their changes to the budget. But Madam Chair, I want people of St. Maarten to understand that the MP who was talking about UNOPS and he doesn't believe in it, at the end of the day, the next Minister of Justice that happens to fall under his portfolio, I guarantee you in Budget 2025, it'll be right there again. It wouldn't be removed. They'll execute exactly what the current Minister of Justice started already. It'll be there. And again, if they wanted to be there, they'll take it out from now. But the smart thing is to act as if you don't want it, to let your coalition support it with us, have it approved, and say, but it wasn't me. But it wasn't me. But at the end of the day, as you just mentioned, you are part of the 2x4, so it is you. So the fact that your coalition is supporting it, it will be approved. See, it will be executed by the next Justice Minister, which falls under the MP's party. Madam Chair, it's just a gimmick. It's just talk. And as I mentioned before, everything that's in this budget by the Ministry of Justice will be executed by the current MP's upcoming minister. Madam Chair, also I think the MP gave a fair warning to the formateur actually, saying that you have 26 days because he doesn't like the fact that it's taking so long. So you have 26 days and the clock is ticking to get this government in. And the fact that the MP could mention that it's taking too long and the 2x4 in the sun is too long, it is bend, it is break. I think that's a very, very selfish statement that if I don't get my way within the next 26 days, then I gone. If I don't get my way in the next 26 days, I gone.
MP Emmanuel, you have an interruption.
Thank you very much. If you're going to say what I said, say what I don't lie.
I ain't calling names.
Don't lie. The only person here that said anything about to for bedding is me. Don't lie. Come now. Speak truth. Say it as it is. Madam Chair, I'm on the record from day one about UNOPS. From day one. I'm on the record. Clear about it. From day one, I didn't support it. But if you're going to stand here on the floor of Parliament and blatantly tell lies, then it's seriously unbecoming of. No wonder you're outgoing. But come now. Say it as it is. Say what I say. Don't say what I didn't say. Don't lie.
Thank you, MP.
Because what he's saying, Madam Chair, is blatant lies. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Emmanuel. MP Irion, you can continue.
Madam Chair, the fact is that the MP that stands before me, or was before me, the fact is he still had the opportunity to amend the budget, which he didn't. The MP will support, his coalition will support the budget, and if they do, then they will be supporting UNOPS. the government that he is supporting. And that's a fact. That's no lie. So at the end of the day, the same, again, it's just a gimmick. It's just a gimmick to say, I didn't, but his coalition will. So as much as he's against, it will be there, and it will be executed by the next Minister of Justice, which falls under his party. Madam Chair, somebody messaged me and said that, why is the formateur always preaching gloom and doom? Every meeting is doom and gloom, and St. Maarten is this, and we're not this, in the next 4 years. Madam Chair, we came into this as a government in 2020 with a pandemic. No money, country shut down, no cruise lines, no airlines. We depend 95% on tourism. So that means we had no income coming in. We are now handing over a budget that the last opposition said was a bad budget, it wasn't realistic. Today they were proven wrong with a surplus if you watch a Q4 report. Say, we wouldn't get CapEx, we're not supported, it's unrealistic. Today we have the first capital expenditure since a decade. We basically are handing over the incoming the incoming government, a budget with over 100 million guilders worth of capital expenditure to execute, and they're still complaining. Doom and gloom, we had doom and gloom, Madam Chair. We don't want to experience a pandemic. We don't want to have a country shut down. They have an easy task, and all we're hearing is doom and gloom. What more do you want? We couldn't make it easier. We couldn't make it easier for the incoming government. Madam Chair, someone mentioned to me, MP mentioned to me regarding inexperience of some incoming MPs, but also the formateur. And the formateur today mentioned that it's the first time that he put out in the public, in social media, about the current process. But this is the same individual that has complained about transparency and being open to the public. So there's no reason to not be transparent and inform the public. There's no reason. So I look forward to in the next 26 days to have more updates on the formation of this government and the transparency of the formateur. In addition to that, with the inexperience or selfish, I think that when it comes to governing, right, the comments that I've heard, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, regarding the MP deciding if I want to be in my profession and being a prime minister at the same time, I believe that either comes from inexperience of what the task will be to be the next prime minister and the work that entails, or being outright selfish. There's no way,
MP Mercelina, you wish to make an introduction? Interruption, sorry.
Hello. As MP Christopher said, I have one request to members of Parliament, especially the one now on the floor. Don't state lies, please. I know I am not going to be a surgeon if I go in government, and there is a lot of hearsay in this country, but don't leave hearsay be for you the reality. You are talking to a professional that has been serving this country since 1999 as a surgeon in this country, and you know the quality of work that he has delivered, and you know his reputation. For you now to stand here on the floor of Parliament and start telling lies, be careful what you're doing. And be respectful.
I will remind MPs when they make an interruption to please not gesture, point, smoke signal to others. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Those are not my words. That's his recordings. That's on his interview. I've never said that. I've never mentioned about my profession. The MP is the one that mentioned the possibility of doing both, and even mentioned that it was done already in another country. I'm not the one that mentioned that. So we can even play the recording for the Parliamentary that want to hear it, for the people to hear it, which is right here on my mobile phone. So that's for sure not a lie, and maybe we could post it on the same social media after. So, Madam Chair, as I mentioned before, it's either inexperience or outright selfishness to be able to think that in this position that you're able to govern, right, and hold that position. So I don't believe in the doom and gloom speeches, because this government that sits here, according to MP Omar Atley, Super 7, we've dealt with the doom and gloom. We've dealt with Sint Maarten at its worst, at its lowest, and we brought it back, and we are giving them now the gold platter. We're giving them the money. We're giving them the balanced budgets. We're giving them the CapEx. We're giving them everything to be able to execute. Madam Chair, on that note, I would like to thank the Ministry of Finance, and especially the current SG, who grew up, I would say, in the ranks of the Ministry of Finance, from Concerned Controller to Secretary General. I'd like to thank my cabinet for the hard work that they have done over the last 4 years, especially in the last year to get its budget here on time. And all of the other persons were in the Ministry of Finance, because I always say that over the last year, we have assembled a very, very strong team over the last few years in the Ministry of Finance. I call them Team Avengers, and without them, we wouldn't be able to be here today. So I also want to thank the whole Ministry of Finance for the hard work that they have done and will continue to do under any government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Arian. We move to the next speaker on the list, MP Silveria Jacobs. MP Jacobs, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to you. Good evening to the members of Parliament. Good evening to my colleague members of Parliament, my colleagues in the Council of Ministers, of course, all of the support staff here from the various ministries as well as Parliament, and all those tuning in, as well as those here in the Tribune who found it so important to be here for this piece of legislation I hope will be approved this evening. Madam Chair, I'm going to temper what I'd planned to say because we're in the Holy Week. And I want to respect that. Because the things I've witnessed here today, though I had hoped that with all the nice trainings that went on, that the elevation would be evident, it's unfortunate that at some points it slipped and it slid down a very slippery slope. However, I want to thank the members of Parliament for their cooperation in the handling of this budget. And thank, of course, all of the civil servants from all the ministries that work diligently to make this happen. It is a law, so I want to thank also, especially the Legal Affairs Department for their support, the Council of Advice, as well as all those who had to then work hard for the NADA report. And of course, the little changes that we had to add when we found little mistakes. Thank you. I've heard some statements in here, Madam Chair, from MPs who were ministers before and who should know better about certain things. However, I guess, as the good Dutch say, zoals de waard is, vertrouwt hij zijn gasten. So people speak the way or talk from their point of view and their experience, and they expect that others are the same to them. But I can say this, Madam Chair, no one but me can speak for me. I see a couple of amendments being sent via our emails, Madam Chair, and I'm a bit flabbergasted because I did not hear specifics to any ministers requesting information regarding budget posts and what would be the impact on some of the changes that have been proposed. As I've said in my introductions from the other side, the budgets have improved in that they're now more policy-based. Maybe not 100%, because a lot of the operational day-to-day things that we do, they fall in between generic statements like projecten, not specified in the details, etc. But that's where the Central Committee Budget Handling gave the opportunity to ask these questions. And I was also once a novice on the floor of Parliament, where in opposition, coming from the Ministry of Education as a former minister, I knew of a project that we budgeted for but hadn't been able to execute. And so my questioning to the then minister, the new Minister of Education, was, are you now in a position to be able to execute X, Y, and Z under this budget post? And I got the answer, no. And then I was explained, yes, we can expect. I asked, how much would you need for the project in this year? And I was given an answer. Because, Madam Chair, that was a year when several other youth and education projects had been cut and programs. Not by huge amounts, a little 12,500 here, 25,000 there. So I asked the minister, would you be willing to take some of that project money to replenish those cut programs so that what already exists doesn't get cut? And even though, Madam Chair, I collaborated with a minister that I was not necessarily in government with, guess what happened when the vote came? I didn't get support for that amendment. And I almost cried. And they told me, you need to grow up. This is politics. I was young in politics then, 10 years ago, 2014. But, Madam Chair, they even got up, they in fact took the amendment, the supporting members of Parliament, remove some of the details. You can't tell my minister to move this amount and that amount and that amount. Make it a little more generic, but it had the same gist. And that one, yes, was passed. They say you didn't lobby. You didn't speak to us. That's how you're supposed to do it. So I swallowed my tears, thanked them for passing their/my motion, and went on. I learned my lesson. So I think it will be very difficult on this side to support motions which may have great intentions, but did not have the necessary collaboration with government, or even question the government as to what the impact would be when you transfer funds from one project to create a new project. Questions could have been asked as to what exactly this project or that project entailed. And so it's a learning moment. And I hope that we will continue to grow from strength to strength, and that inexperience and experience will work together. In fact, I asked the minister, one of the ministers whose budget I saw is affected by one of these amendments. Did you get a consultation? The minister says, I haven't even seen the motion yet. So I'm a little bit concerned with the motions because I know they got enough persons in here to pass them. But again, motions are wishes of Parliament that can only be executed if they can be executed. I think that also, if it's feasible. The civil servants, I want to go to the benefits of this budget. Because like I said yesterday, every budget has risks, including your household budget, a business's budget, and definitely the country's budget will have risk. And we pray that we do not face the type of risks that we faced in 2017 and 2020 and 2021. I think we had enough of that. We are tired of being resilient. We're ready to thrive. So I want to highlight some of the opportunities that I see in this budget. As Minister of Finance, Member of Parliament Irian just mentioned, we have opportunity for progress because whereas we didn't have balanced budgets with surpluses in the past, 2023, and with God's help, 2024, barring any circumstance, will also be balanced and with a surplus. With surpluses, you can plan for new projects. You can meet the needs that are not yet met or expand on the needs that we are not yet meeting. A lot of the things we want to do, when you go to the organization to get it done, you need to have a research, you need to have a pilot even if you've not done it before, you need to have all type of stakeholder consultations. Do we have enough of persons on the island to do what you want to do? Do we have the location to do what you want to do? I had a wonderful plan for Education Care Center. We had the plan, we had the people, we had the budget, we fixed the building, the hurricane came and licked it on. The same month it had to start. They ended up doing after school, in another school, making do, going along to get along, till the program petered out. You know what that program was for, Madam Chair? It was to take at-risk children in elementary school, retrain behaviors, use psychologists, social workers, sports, and art, and remove some of the regression, the aggression in our children. And then when I look at some of the changes being proposed, I'm not seeing enough on the prevention side, Madam Chair. Because the family is at risk. The data shows it. So we need more money for family and humanitarian affairs, not less. More after-school programs we have, but we need more. So that's where we should be focusing our surpluses. We don't want to build a prison to replace a prison that does not meet humanitarian standards. We don't want to do that. We don't want to invest in that, where the investment funds are there and the program plan is there and all of the preliminary work has been done. We prefer to halt that than to say, do the same to rehabilitate our youth, but not just rehabilitate those who are already going on the wrong path, focus on new programming for prevention. And ask the professionals what is already being done and what are the challenges you face. You can't just throw money after bad. You have to actually look at what you're doing and involve the professionals, Madam Chair, across ministries. So I appreciate initiatives, but it has to be realistic. We are not on a campaign trail anymore. Stop fooling people that you could fix a problem in 6 months. Stop fooling people. Thanks to great, hardworking civil servants and the guidance of our Minister of Finance, we have financial statements that are approved. These kind of things we can throw in the wind because the average person doesn't think about them. You can't eat these things. But like I've said, without these things, we can't eat. And I think we need to do a good job, a much better job, of educating the people as to the reality of governing. The reality of governing. The approved capital expenditures, he mentioned over 100 million sitting there for execution. So let's get to executing. There's no need to be bashing at this point. We are poised for progress, like I say. And incoming government have the opportunity to execute. Let's just get it doing. We also have the budget room to borrow. And we have opportunities to have discussions to take some of the debt that we've had due to COVID and hurricanes, and let's talk debt swap for development. Let's start to have that conversation on a higher level. Because as small island developing states, we should not be in debt for disasters. I look forward, Madam Chair, because it's already after 9. I look forward to the civil servants who are looking forward to their increases with the approval of this budget, and to know that because of multi-annual planning, they should be able to enjoy it for the next 2 years, increases as well, while we assess the salary scales. Because that's one thing I for sure hope won't be halted. It's been a long time coming. And many of the changes will involve change in mindset also by civil servants. So I ask you to be open to the changes towards improvement. I won't go into the details of some of the initiatives that have been brought forward for change, but I want to use a few words that I learned from a cultural icon turned department head, culture department head on St. Maarten, Clara Riggs, who said, in our history, we've been through a period of survival. That was the enslavement period. And then when slavery was over, then we were industrious and trying to build for ourselves and work. Dying young from hard work, but ensuring we left something for the children, right? And this period we're in, she said, now is to appreciate the artists. So I'm happy to hear that we want to support artists, but I want us to support all the people of St. Maarten. We need all kinds of people. Artists, doctors, lawyers, engineers, architects, photographers, all. Our education system has to adapt to that as well. Valuing each type of learner. It's already in the curriculum, but we have to do more. We have to do a lot more to get into 21st century learning for the life we are living. So I won't go on much further, Madam Chair, except to say that it's been an honor to serve, and I'm happy to see that quite a few of us here were elected in 2020 as well, and choices were made then. And in 2024, new choices are being made. But whatever happens, let it be for the better of the people of St. Maarten. Let it be for the better of all the people of St. Maarten, not for little pet projects, but for all the people of St. Maarten, with strategic planning based on a vision that is already established. Align your new program with that. That's all I'm asking you. Let's not stop the things that are good for this country just because you didn't start them. Because I can tell you, a lot of what we were able to do in those 1.5-year governments were only able to be done because of what a previous government had done. And so I hope that the continuity that is needed for St. Maarten will happen, and I look forward to being able to vote on this budget this evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Jacobs. Last on our speakers list, we have MP Sarah Westcott-Williams. MP Westcott-Williams, you have the floor.
Madam Chair Lady, good evening. Good evening to my colleagues. Good evening to all of those in the Tribune, and a special good evening this evening to all of the civil servants and the many Secretaries General of Government we have in our presence this evening. Madam Chair Lady, talking about civil servants and the important role that they play, I want to congratulate the Secretary General of the Ministry of General Affairs, having taken the oath of office today. And I wish her very well. Of course, everybody's looking like, who and where is she? And that is Mrs. Thomas Connor. Emilia, congratulations with your swearing in today, and I wish you much success in a realm that I am quite familiar with, in a realm where all you got to do is your best. And remember, you're serving no one. You are serving an organization and the people of St. Maarten. So regardless of what kind of criticism comes your way, at the end of the day, when you can put your head down feeling that satisfaction, that's all that matters. All that matters. Congratulations. And to all of you sitting here tonight, thank you for the work that you have been doing, facing a lot of obstacles and criticism. It's nearly like a politician's job. You could never do it completely right. But guess what? Like a politician's job, you can't please everyone. Madam Chair Lady, the draft budget 2024 before us today. Okay, let's make some agreements, because several of my colleagues indicated that we are in one of the most peculiar situations as a parliament and government in this period, and having to deal with a draft budget even more so. A budget that, of course, because it was drafted sometime last year, 2023, and the budget refers to, we're going to do this in 2024. This was taken from our governing program 2020-2024. And now you have a new parliament that includes some of the same initiators of the budget to now vote on the budget. And then we got things like a deadline by the CFT. We got matters such as, and this is where I want to get when I talk about let's get some things done, the vacation allowance. Vacation allowance for all civil servants. And when this budget was presented to Parliament, it's like, this budget needs to pass, because if the budget doesn't pass, the increase in vacation allowance for civil servants cannot be paid out. Because the government was intentional to increase the vacation allowance from 6%, which it has been for ever since I can remember, to 7% this year. And it's in the budget. Vacation allowance under every ministry is increased to cover the 1% extra. So from the start of this meeting, I asked, where is the draft national ordinance to give the legal basis to pay out an increase in vacation allowance? Now, I asked the finance minister today, I said, firstly, can you guarantee, can you strive to have a law change to increase the vacation allowance by the time vacation allowance is supposed to be paid out in the month of June? And the minister had to acknowledge that if this budget is approved twice, 7% cannot be paid out because if the law is now ready. So let's start doing some things, okay? Let us, Parliament and government, try our utmost to encourage, we can't force them, the Council of Advice and all others in the process of this law, this draft vacation law, to deal with the increase. Rather than, as the minister proposed, if we don't get a law passed, pay out the 6%, and then later down, when the law is passed, we pay out 1%. Since we all want to work together, let us work together to try to get a law to underpin the budget amount to pay out the increase in vacation allowance to the civil servants at 7% in the month of June. All it takes is a law that changes a 6 into a 7. Nothing else needs to be stated, nothing else. The law now states 6% is what a vakantie toelage is. It should state 7%. Okay? Madam Chair Lady, according to my recollection of all that we've heard here today from the government, there is several pieces of documentation that Parliament should have received as part of these discussions, which we have not received. Many things were promised. I look at the Minister of TIAT, the information regarding the mortality rate. You provided a little snippet and said that you could get more today. As far as I have seen, I haven't seen that come in. If I'm wrong, then our Secretary General would set me straight. So I continue. The Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, on behalf of the Ministry of VROMI, and I mentioned to you, you presented a reminder by the courts to the government of Sint Maarten to execute a decision of the court regarding the beach in Mullet Bay in November 2023. Now, Minister of Finance, how could you send me the reminder where the court is telling the government they have to react and not send me what the court decided in November 2023? How could the January decision of the court be presented, but the VROMI ministry needs to research what that is based on? Where is the November 2023 decision of the courts? And Madam Chair Lady, the reason why I am stressing this point is because there is a disconnect between the Central Bank of Curaçao and Sint Maarten, and at least this shareholder, Sint Maarten. There is a disconnect, and we got to admit that. What did they take on behalf of Sun Resort? What did they take this shareholder in the Central Bank to court for? What did it take them to court for? Minister of Education. Minister of Education, you know, I had a motion because I remain flabbergasted by the way that it is put in the country's budget to build a school based on, I haven't seen the request by the school, so based on the government's decision to build a school for a private foundation. So I had a motion trying to tie this matter of the new campus for the Charlotte Brookson Academy into the entire issue of infrastructure for the performing arts on St. Maarten, including the John Lamini Center. I heard about the renovation of the Phillipsburg Cultural Center. So now, Minister, on second thought, since we are in this peculiar situation of, on one side, if I look over there, that's the government that presented the budget. If I look over here, there are members who are going to be in the incoming government. So I am not going to present that particular motion, but I am going to make it clear that that 12.1 million guilders in the capital budget, I don't want to sound threatening and say it better include all of the facets and it better have a good legal structure for the government. They're not lending any money. They are just going to build this campus for 12.1 million guilders. So I just want to say, I'm going to hold off on this particular motion, and I await a concrete plan to be presented that incorporate all of what I just mentioned when it comes to the performing arts or on St. Maarten, the infrastructure. But what I would like the minister now to tell me is what happened to the heritage and museum plans that were there, part of the rebuilding of the library, later separated. Where are they now? Where are those plans now? Are we going to get a new building for museum and heritage? Is my question. While with the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, the Ministry of Romy has been repairing the Prince Bernard Bridge. The stone for the plaque has gone back up. Is it the same old Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sport? Is it the same old plaque that is going up on the Prince Bernard Bridge? Is it the intention to maintain the name of that bridge? And why do I ask? Because the minister might recall that there were some ideas, some plans, some suggestions to rename different parts of St. Maarten. Suddenly, it was pulled out that we should rename Phillipsburg. And now there's absolutely nothing wrong with renaming anything. But it must be based on a plan. It must be based on a vision in which we're saying, you know what we're going to be doing in 2024? We're going to review the names of the streets and the names of the landmarks. And we are going to go through a plan of renaming these. You can't have your cake and eat it too. We either going to do it or we ain't going to do it. But it can't be every time you wake up, any one of us wake up, and I think we should change this name or that name. So my question is, what are we going to do about the Prince Bernard Bridge, if anything, now that it is being repaired? Minister of TIAT, I had asked, and I haven't heard the answer to it, whether you have received, through you, Madam Chair Lady, you have received a request regarding the taxi and bus permits from the Integrity Chamber, and if you have responded to the Integrity Chamber. You officially responded to the Integrity Chamber. They have your response and confirmed receipt. The Integrity Chamber itself. Okay, that clears that one up. When it comes now to the matter of Winia, and the minister and I have spoken publicly in the meeting, we have spoken on the side of the meeting, we have spoken about this. But minister, and again looking at an outgoing government and an incoming government, Madam Chair Lady, for this one, yes, I am maintaining a motion. And mind you, The motion is not saying for the minister to take out the 13.4 million guilders that he expects to receive from some shares of Winner out of the budget. Because clearly that is plugging the budget. So I ain't gonna be the one to suggest take it out and then on the other hand still screaming for vacation allowance and the like to be paid out. But what I am going to ask the government, whichever one that gets this budget back, I want to resolve, after saying that I haven't heard the substantiation of this plan. And by the way, let me remind the minister of what he himself has stated regarding this plan. The minister stated, and I quote, "The board and management of Winair endorsed this initiative," it's about the sale of shares, "and an external entity was enlisted to conduct evaluations and further due diligence." Which external agency? Entity, rather. And then the minister continues in his answer, "All eligible entities are involved in the discussion, and upon budget approval, we will have the authorization to utilize the funding once all underlying legislation providing the legal base for execution is in place." So my motion is simple and straightforward. Just asking the minister or asking the parliament to agree to instruct the minister, the government rather, not to finalize or commit to any sale of Winair shares unless due diligence has been performed, debated, and a potential sale has been agreed to by the Parliament of Sint Maarten. So that's that motion, Madam Chair, and while I'm at it, let me read the whole thing. So considering the intention of the government of Sint Maarten to sell shares of Winair, that the government in its explanation refers to divesting of government assets, that no general divesting strategy has been presented, let alone a plan that outlines a vision regarding our national airline Winair, that while the government speaks of a plan for Winair, there is no evidence presented of such, that no elucidation has been provided to Parliament substantiating a budgetary windfall of 13.4 million guilders for the sale of some or Winair shares, resolves to instruct the government not to finalize or commit to any sale of Winair shares unless due diligence has been performed, debated, and a potential sale has been agreed to by the Parliament of Sint Maarten. And then, Madam Chair, we talked long and broad about health in this country. And this comes as no surprise, and this is not a motion. This is an amendment. And the amendment, while just for a very small amount, the point that I want to make in this amendment is that we start to look and set up the process of health screening on Sint Maarten. And so my amendment reads, after the usual introduction about the post that we want to get 50,000 from, it ain't taking it from no ministry or no other post. It is just lowering the surplus that we have in the budget of 2-point-something million with 50,000 guilders. And it is explained as follows. In the draft ordinance of the budget 2024, the topic of preventive care is constantly being referred to, especially preventive health care. In this context, the awareness of health care has been increased, the awareness. And this has happened through the input of communal organizations such as the Positive Foundation, Heart and Stroke Foundation, SMMC, AUC, CPS of the VSA Ministry, just to name a few. More men and women are making use of the opportunities offered for screening on some of the most common illnesses such as cancer and heart diseases. Where we are today with these sporadic screening programs, I believe that we are at the point where we can introduce more general and structured screening with national objectives. It is not a small challenge, but we got to start somewhere. Looking at where we could possibly start within the kingdom and in some parts of the kingdom where national screening is mandatory, I was able to get in contact with the Foundation for Prevention on Curaçao. This foundation that coordinates the entire screening on Curaçao with the collaboration of their medical institutions, their doctors, you name it, has been established since the year 2008. It is subsidized by the government and other private donors. It coordinates and manages the screening on breast cancer, stomach cancer, and cervical cancer. These are the ones that they have selected for screening. The director of this institution, Mrs. Elstack, with whom I personally have had contact, is very enthusiastic to assist St. Martin with the setup of that kind of a screening program on St. Martin and aimed at St. Martin. So St. Martin would have to decide what kind of screenings we want, how often we can do it, which are our stakeholders, etc., etc. So I am asking the Parliament to, within the budget 2024, make an initial amount of 50,000 guilders available from the surplus of the budget so that we can make a start. The stakeholders on St. Martin can come together and decide what is the best approach for St. Martin, assisted in first instance by a team from the Foundation for Prevention on Curaçao. Right now, all we need is a start in order to get this thing going, and I believe that the 50,000 guilders in 2024 would be the first phase, could be the first phase, and that, Madam Chair Lady, is my amendment to this budget. Because, as I said, I look and speak to a government over there, but at the same time taking into consideration that there are members over here who will be the government. So, Madam Chair, that's all I would like to do as I present you with the motion. As I mentioned, I'm holding back the one on the Charlotte Brookson. The one on Winner, I think, is necessary so that the Parliament of St. Martin, all of us in here, can keep a tab on what is happening there. Because if the government and the minister are not very clear in how they want to approach this Winner matter and selling of shares, the government is going to put itself in a predicament. It is evident already we're just throwing this matter out where that can lead to. So we better know what it is we're trying to achieve and what we're trying to say. So that, Madam Chair Lady, I'll present to you now, signed by 4 members of Parliament, and the amendment is already in possession of the members of Parliament. And Madam Chair Lady, that's where I would like to leave it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. There were 1 or 2 questions I think you had in your remarks, so I will adjourn for 2 minutes to speak to the relevant ministers and see how much time they would need to respond to your questions. Meeting adjourned for 2 minutes. Welcome back, members of Parliament, to this meeting. I'm going to adjourn the meeting for an additional 15 minutes to continue the discussion that was happening off camera so that we can make sure that we are prepared and that all concerns are heard and shared before we move over with the continuation of this meeting. So meeting adjourned for 15 minutes. Welcome back, members of parliament, those joining us online, and to the Council of Ministers gathered here tonight. We finished with our speakers, with MP Westcott Williams, but there were two questions posed, one to the Minister of TEAT and one to the Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports Affairs. So I will now turn the floor over to the Minister of TEAT to respond to MP Westcott Williams. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Lady. In response to MP Westcott Williams' questions with the Integrity Chamber, yes, the email was sent. It was sent on the 7th of March. In regard to the mortality rate and the graph that I promised, it was sent through to the Griffier, and the Griffier will send that through to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your response to MP Westcott. And the last minister to answer the last question received in this round two is the Minister of ECYS, Minister Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe I am answering the question from Member of Parliament Westcott Williams in regards to what will happen with, I believe it is the museum and CMARC, or the museum alone? The museum and CMARC. In the first initiative and the first discussions, in the early discussions about the building of a library or the rebuilding of the library, the discussions that were held with NRPB and myself and the ministry was to build a building of 3 stories. And I went to the top of the hill and I looked down at the library, and because we had to give an idea of how we would want the building to look, because that for me was most important, is the building and the space. And we discussed a building that would have more space than 1 floor of the library as it is at the moment. So if you were to have 3 of those, you would have 3 times more space than the present library. And in the beginning also, there was a MOU between the library, CMARC, and the museum. And as the discussions progressed and the discussions with NRPB and the ministry happened, the MOU was broken. So there were no longer an agreement between CMARC, the museum, and the library. As the minister, I then said, listen, for me is one thing is important. The marriage, the MOU could have broken before the building finished, during the construction of the building, or after the building finished. So I said, that is not really the big important thing in the beginning. And for me, it was, let us have the building constructed. And once we get the building, the idea was to do shared space. And with all of that space could be have for the museum. And the idea with CMARC and the artifacts was not an idea that we were going to build a museum that would be climate controlled and all of that, because that would then be too expensive. But the idea was to do shared space. And the government have to decide if you're going to have 3 organizations, which is the library, CMARC, and the museum, you're paying subsidy to them, and they are paying rent. And now you have a building in which you could use to share the space in the building. You government, we government would be able to save. What the situation is at the moment is that the library is the one who is spearheading the building of the building together with the government and under the trust fund project. What I want to warn Sint Maarten about, which I have been talking about over and over and over. We only receive $550 million from the Trust Fund World Bank project, and $70 million went for the financing of World Bank. If $70 million was for the first 5 years, 2017 to 2023, then it is $14 million per year. So when we extended the life of World Bank till 25, we lost $28 million. And then we extended the life of World Bank again until 2027, we lost another $28 million. And now I'm hearing whispers till 2028, that's another $14 million. Now, I know that the persons who are working with NRPB are our people, and everybody wants a job, and we want to extend the goodness as long as possible. But I also know that all of this is going to come as a cost to the cut of the projects, and Sint Maarten will lose. Sint Maarten will lose, one, because the prices of goods and materials are increasing, and Sint Maarten will lose because there is a cost of keeping World Bank in Sint Maarten. And if someone can tell me, Minister, you're wrong, we can find money elsewhere to keep World Bank here and we don't lose on our projects, then fine. But my aim and my goal was to get the biggest and the best building out of that project. And I said here on the floor, it is not my task to tell the government that is coming in what to do. They have to decide what they want to do for Sint Maarten. So don't say tomorrow we are going to build a library, and then we get a library of 1 story, a 2 story, or we get a little smaller building, and then we say, that's what we meant. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Samuel, for your response to the question. I see that MP Westcott Williams has a clarification request. MP Westcott Williams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairlady. Madam Chairlady, in connection with the last response by the Minister of ECYS to my question, so what plan is at the NRPB for the library building? Is it the one that included the 3 stories that you saw from the hill, or so what plan is, okay, we understand there has been a divorce and the MOU is no longer applicable, but what building is going to be financed? Does it include the room for the other agencies, institutions? And you raised a very, Madam Chairlady, through you, the Minister raised a very, very important point, interesting point rather. And I don't know if tonight is the night to get clarity on that, but if I can have the Prime Minister maybe respond to the statement by the Minister regarding the cost of the World Bank, $14 million a year, and is this prohibiting us from the extension of the NRPB and its program is my question as well. And thirdly, to be clarified, in terms of when I ask about documents to be provided, I also referred to this elusive court verdict of November. And can the minister who is substituting for the Minister of Romy, did he get any response? Because I know the minister has asked for it regarding providing that as a document. I asked about the documents that the government would have supplied. So does that is the court decision from November. Sorry?
MP Westcott, apologies. Are you asking a new question now to the Deputy Minister of Romy?
No, I'm referring to the fact that that is one of the documents that I just mentioned earlier that needed to be supplied to the Parliament.
Understood.
That's what I'm referring to. Thank you, Madam Chairlady.
Thank you, MP Westcott Williams. I look to the Minister for clarification. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. in response to what is before NRPB to build, I don't know. I'm going to be very honest, I don't know. I know that my discussions, and that were free discussions, when they were doing, the NRPB World Bank has to do a lot of research in the neighborhood, and they have to do a lot of things. And I was told that it would take about 9 months to come up with the idea of all the information, and then they can go to the consultants to talk about a design. And I know I have not seen any design. I have not seen any design. We talk about 3 stories building, and that was it for me. So again, I don't know what and what size and what dimensions. I have in my head the biggest building, the best building for Sint Maarten. Thank you. Just for additional clarity, again, what I explained, if you got World Bank, and in the initial stage, we pay 70 million to World Bank for the 5 years. So 70 divided by 5 is 14. So that is where my calculations come from. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your response to the clarification question from MP Westcott Williams. Members of Parliament, we have come to the end of the deliberations on this agenda point, where initially we've had several motions and also initially 3 amendments that were submitted, one by MP Westcott Williams, one by MP Shamira Roseberg, and one by MP Grisha Heilige Martin. In the meantime, MP Grisha Heilige Martin and MP Roseberg have retracted their amendments. And I will allow MP Roseberg to elucidate on her retraction. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make it clear why I decided to retract the amendment, because during the long break we had, I finally received the dialogue that I was looking for. They say better late than never. I asked, the several questions that I asked during the past 2 weeks were finally, with laptop and all, showed to me and made visible what's really happening. The ministries finally showed what is in the pipeline, and the questions I had were finally answered, and it was also made clear why a certain project cannot be hampered and how it can hamper the budget. I wish it was done before, but hey, as I said, it's never too late. And it was also confirmed, and that's the main fact, that the current staff of the Ministry of Justice confirmed that my 2 projects, which fall under justice, basically, can also fall on the crime fund. So, as I'm here for Country Sint Maarten and not for myself, I retracted the amendment. And therefore, I look forward seeing the current government deal with this and making sure that the current government that will be going in, making sure that indeed the project will be dealt with within the crime fund. And in the meantime, I hope what was shown to me, what is in the pipeline, will indeed be handled short term. And that it was not just a show to show that there is something going on. Therefore, I will keep on making sure that I keep making sure that the government is moving and is working, because that's our job. And instead of talk, it's time for action. I thank you.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. The amendment, however, by Member of Parliament MP Sarah Westcott Williams, which focuses on preventive healthcare and a stakeholder meeting on Sint Maarten regarding screening, still stands. Before we go over to the voting on motions and the amendment, we will allow the government, specifically the concerned minister for MP Westcott Williams' amendment, to give their opinion on the motions and the amendments submitted. And that would be to the Minister of VSA regarding MP Westcott Williams' motion. Any amendments, sorry, any comments that you may have.
No, Madam Chair, I do say though, I support through you, I support the amendment. It is something that is needed. It is something that while we await the SAHA, Universal Health Care, Athlete Care, the preventative aspect of healthcare is something that can save lives. I've had conversations with my fellow MP that, you know, have family members here one day and within the span of weeks lost them due to late detection. So that is something that I will always support. So it does have my support, and I know that it'll have the support of the ministry. So.
Thank you, Minister Otley. Regarding the motions, we have a motion that has been presented by MP La Cruz that concerns the Minister of General Affairs. Oh, sorry, my bad. Excuses. The Minister of TIA is late. So if the Minister could give his opinion on the motion, if he has any remarks at all.
Good. With the motion itself, I have no objectives. I think if it's something to, what I said. Oh, sorry, it's late. I'm sorry. Objectives. I said again, objection, sorry. I fully support it. Thank you.
And the final motion, thank you, Minister, for your remarks on the motion. And the final motion we have that we'll be handling tonight is a motion from MP Sarah Westcott-Williams regarding the shares of Winair, and thus with the Minister of Finance. So, Minister of Finance, if you would like to give some remarks on the motion.
Madam Chair, I think we've exhausted this topic, and I think we have explained a lot already about the Winair shares on the floor of Parliament. And at one point in time, I even mentioned that if it's also an option to remove it out of the budget and continue. Regarding the Winair shares, we didn't sit down and decide out of the blue to do this, and we would never start to execute something without the entity itself. So, and we would never try to jeopardize one of our own government-owned companies. A lot of dialogue went into this, and I would have hoped that maybe we could even ask the entity itself if they support it. But like I said, and it was said here a few times by the incoming government, what's the point? The next minister's coming in, and we leave it up to the next government to remove it, balance the budget, and execute. So I would say let the MPs decide on the motion. And again, this is something that we started a while back with dialogue with the entity, potential investors, and the ministry.
Thank you, Minister, for your remarks on the motion. So, members of Parliament, we will start first with the handling of the motion submitted. There were 2 motions presented by the members of Parliament, and I will now read the motions. So we go over to the voting on motion number 1. The Parliament of Sint Maarten, in this meeting of today, March 28, 2024, considering the motion of April 18, 2013, which was adopted by 13 members of Parliament unanimously, which had the following listed as resolves: to request the Minister in charge with Energy Affairs to request the management and the Board of Supervisors of GEBE to submit within 30 days on the implementation of this relief, to present in collaboration with GEBE a fair proposal to the less fortunate in our community with emphasis on our senior citizens, and the motion of January 29, 2011, unanimously approved by all 15 members of Parliament, which had the following listed as resolves: to request government as shareholder of GEBE to instruct the management of GEBE to take the necessary steps to immediately reduce the fuel clause for all consumers. The presentation to Parliament by Canadian Global SXM Investments Limited on the 30th of November 2021, in which a viable path to cheaper, cleaner energy by liquefied natural gas, LNG, Considering the aforementioned motions were tabled and widely accepted, but with no execution by the executive branch for long-term ventures for cheaper fuel acquisition, considering that it has been a long time since the Parliament has stated a position in regards to such cheaper fuel alternatives, and this is the first budget debate of the new sitting Parliament for the term 2024 to 2028, and goes over to the order of the day, that the government must take urgent action in diversifying the sources of fuel in Sint Maarten, particularly by means of LNG and waste-to-energy solutions, with a primary goal of lowering the ultimate cost to the consumer while also bringing new economic opportunities to the country. To request the Minister in charge of Energy Affairs to request the management and the Board of Supervisors of GEBE to submit within 60 days on the implementation of this relief, and to present in collaboration with GEBE a fair proposal to the less fortunate in our community with emphasis on our senior citizens. Further resolves that the government of Sint Maarten and the Harbour Group of companies who should welcome new income-generating measures should explore the possibility to accommodate all ships that would dock in the harbour for the required fuel and power supply, so that they can conserve their fuel and or supply them with fuel or LNG for those ships that are already converted. Once parties agree on terms, the government of Sint Maarten and the Harbour Group of companies should enter a joint venture only if it would not exceed 50 cents per kilowatt, which would have 5 cents go directly to a fund for sports and agriculture. That in that regard, the government should explore the possibility of granting via tender a company with vast experience the rights to propose a power generation plant, as well as a transshipment port. This to be done in line with all local laws and regulations and providing the applicant can fulfill these legal obligations. That the government, in awarding the contract to an LNG supplier or also in awarding a waste-to-energy concession, some minimum parameters should be in place to ensure the government gets the best possible outcome of such an agreement. Duration. Duration should be negotiated with government option to renew and possibility for an ownership stake upon renewal. Limitations. The awarded should only be allowed to generate power and sell to GEBE, not direct to consumers. Power purchase agreements for both LNG and waste-to-energy, a minimum of 17 cents per kilowatt hour. Concessions fee, a minimum of 5 million guilders to government annually, double to 10 million guilders after 5 years. Additional impacts, concessionaires should provide a specified amount of street lighting, with the solar rechargeable equipment contributions to sporting facilities so that the sporting facilities of Rao Illit Sports Complex, Jose Lake, John Cooper Jr. Little League, and the Phillipsburg Sports Auditorium can all be powered independently in addition with donated generator. And goes over to the order of the day. The motion is supported by MP La Cruz, MP Otley, MP Arundel. And that was motion number 1. Does anyone wish a roll call vote, hoofdelijke stemming, on motion number 1? Hoofdelijke stemming. Prior to voting on the motion, we will allow those members who wish to do so to briefly motivate their vote on the motion. Are there any requests for motivation from the members of Parliament? I see MP La Cruz. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. I hope that everyone understands how important this motion is, not only for the local consumers, but also to bring extra funds to the government and supply ships or cruise ships that are, most of them are now changing from burning diesel to LNG. Madam Chair Lady, I promised the people of Sint Maarten that I will bring change, that I will caucus and discuss with everyone as much as possible to do so. I made sure, previously I said, I am not here to play games. If anything comes my way, and it makes sense for the country, that it will get my support. And if it doesn't make sense, then it will not. Madam Chair Lady, today when we leave here, we will all have to answer to the people and tell them why the motion was passed or why not. And that I leave up to all the members of Parliament this evening to do the right thing. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. Next, I have MP Shamira Roseberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I indeed received the motion from MP La Cruz. I went over it, and I read certain names connected to the project that I would love to do some more research on. It has been very, past few days, weeks, very long till late at night. So therefore, I'm not pro signing or agreeing or voting pro something that I haven't properly researched. So at this moment in time, I don't know if this is the moment to let know what you will be voting for, but I cannot support this motion because I haven't done the proper research. I cannot at this moment in time.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. Next, I have MP Omar Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This motion today has my support, obviously, and it has my support for a couple of reasons. Too long, we have been too far behind. It is time for us to not only be up to the times, but prepare for the future. What we see is that a large amount of the ships, the new ships, even to what MP La Cruz listed off, icons of the sea, are all LNG based. St. Maarten has a lot to gain from this. And yes, I did see some names mentioned, but however, I do realize in the core of the motion, it is to request the government to request a tender, a public tender. So it's not to be mistaken with the motion from 2011, because I make sure acts clarity of that, but to focus on the motion of now, and that is to request a public tender as opposed to the motion of 2011, which was passed unanimously in Parliament with a specific vendor in mind.
Thank you, MP Otley. I do not see any need for further motivations by the members of Parliament, so we, apologies, MP Sarah Westcott-Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Madam Chair Lady, thank you for the opportunity to motivate my vote. And I too, and for that I commend him, received the draft motion from MP La Cruz. Madam Chair Lady, not even I was part of the 2011 and not even the 2013 motion in Parliament. I wasn't in here yet, believe it or not. But in all seriousness, Madam Chair Lady, in addition to the motions that are mentioned in this motion, Parliament has received several communications from the Canadian Global Company and the government as well, including recently. And my question, therefore, what I would have loved to hear from the reaction of the minister or ministers is, why has nothing happened? Why has nothing happened? Parliament archives have several correspondence that was also shared with the government. So, Madam Chair Lady, I am not an expert in this field. I don't pretend to be. I am willing, though, to have a serious sit-down in Parliament to have that discussion. And then MP La Cruz, who clearly has a lot of information, would be able to present it. So at this point in time, in which it is mentioned, while it seems to have to go on a bid But it still says that the limitations are that Canadian Global should only be allowed to generate power and sell to GB and not direct to consumers. So where does that come in this open type discussion, bidding, whatever have you? So, Madam Chair Lady, I like the idea. It seems feasible, but I don't go by seemingly. So, Madam Chair Lady, thank you for the opportunity to motivate my vote.
Westcott Williams, and just to make a note that section was actually changed, which is why when I read out the motion, I said under limitations, the awarded company should only be allowed to generate power and sell to GEBE, not direct to consumers. I see MP De Weaver would like the floor for motivation. All right. Thank you, members, for your motivations, and we now go over to the voting, and we start with number 11.
MP Omar Atli. Yeah. MP Shamira Roseberg.
Against.
MP Ludmila De Weaver.
Against.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
Against.
MP Akeem Arundel.
For.
MP Christophe Emmanuel.
Against.
MP Grisha Heiliger Martin.
Against.
MP Artwell Irian. MP Silveira Jacobs. MP Francisco La Cruz.
For.
MP Kevin Mingret.
Against.
MP Cloyd Marlin. MP Luc Mercelina.
Against.
Chair Lady Melissa Gums.
Against. Thank you, members of parliament. And after the voting on motion number 1, we have a total of 3 for and 8 against, which means the motion has not passed. It's late. Moving on to motion number 2 from MP Sarah Westcott Williams. Does anyone wish roll call vote for this motion number 2? Hoofdelijke stemming. Motion number 2. Okay. I will now read the motion. The Parliament of Sint Maarten, in its meeting of today, March 28th, 2024, considering the intention of the government of Sint Maarten to sell shares of Winair, that the government in its explanation refers to divesting of government assets, that no general divesting strategy has been presented, let alone a plan that outlines a vision regarding our national airline Winair, that while the government speaks of a plan for Winair, there is no evidence presented of such, that no elucidation has been provided to Parliament substantiating a budgetary windfall of 13.4 million guilders for the sale of some of Winair's shares, resolves to instruct the government not to finalize or commit to any sale of Winair shares unless due diligence has been performed, debated, and a potential sale has been agreed to by the Parliament of Sint Maarten, and goes over to the order of the day. The motion is supported by MP Westcott, MP Grisha Heiliger Martin, MP Luc Mercelina, and I believe MP Roseberg. Yes. As there was no need for a roll call vote, hoofdelijke stemming on the motion, then the motion is accepted unanimously. Nobody? Nobody? We will now go over to the voting on the amendment. Thank you. Members, an amendment was presented by Member of Parliament Sarah Westcott Williams. And the amendment, as mentioned earlier, settle please. The amendment, as mentioned earlier, focuses on preventive healthcare and a stakeholder meeting on Sint Maarten regarding screening. According to Article 59, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of Order, the amendment has to be supported by at least another member in order for it to be handled. Does any other member support this amendment? I see at least 4 members supporting. Oh, that's very good. I've already read what the amendment concerns, so we go over to voting on the amendment. Does anyone wish roll call vote, hoofdelijke stemming on this amendment? No need. Okay. So essentially, since there is no need for a roll call vote, so-called hoofdelijke stemming, then the amendment is also accepted unanimously. So members of Parliament. According to Article 57 of the Rules of Order, we now go over to voting on the draft National Ordinance stipulating the budget of the country for the year 2024, National Ordinance Budget 2024. We will vote on Article 1 and its attachments, Article 2, Article 3, Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, the title, considerations, the draft in its entirety as modified by the Memorandum of Modification registered under IS 545-2023-2024, dated March 26, 2023. The second Memorandum of Modification registered under IS 546-2023-2024, dated March 26, 2024. The third Memorandum of Modification registered under IS 559-2023-2024, dated March 27, 2024. The fourth Memorandum of Modification, IS 567-2023-2024, registered, dated March 28, 2024. And the amendments by Westcott Williams under IS 561-2023-2024. Does any member request voting by roll call, hoofdelijke stemming?
Hoofdelijke stemming.
Before we begin voting, I will allow those members who wish to motivate their vote to do so at this time. Briefly, please. Does any member wish to motivate their vote? All right. So we now go over to the voting, and we start with number 5.
MP Artwell Irian.
4.
MP Silveria Jacobs.
4.
MP Francisco La Cruz.
4.
MP Kevin Mingret.
4.
MP Cloyd Marlin.
4.
MP Luc Mercelina.
4.
MP Omar Otley. MP Shamira Roseberg.
For.
MP Ludmila De Weaver.
Against.
MP Sarah Westcott Williams.
For.
MP Akeem Arundel.
For.
MP Christophe Emmanuel.
Against.
MP Grisha Heiliger Martin.
For.
Chair Lady Melissa Gums.
For. Thank you, members of parliament. At the end of the voting, we have 2 votes against and 12 votes in favor. The draft has been accepted, as I mentioned previously, with 12 votes for and 2 against. According to Article 88, subsection 1 of the Constitution of Sint Maarten, Parliament shall notify the government that Parliament has approved this draft law in its public meeting. I would like to thank the Caretaker Council of Ministers, Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, Ms. Sylveria Jacobs, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Artwell Irion, Minister of Justice, Ms. Anna Richardson, Minister of Education, Culture, Youth and Sports, Dr. Anders Rudolph Samuel, Minister of Health, Social Development and Labor, Mr. Omar Otley, the Acting Caretaker Minister of Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, Mr. Artwell Irion, as well as the absent Minister of ROMI, Mr. Jeremy Duran, the Minister of Tourism, Economic Affairs, Transport and Telecommunications, Mr. Arthur Lambrix, and their respective support staff for their presence here and for providing the necessary information, as well as all those who worked hard on completing this budget. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this meeting. I thank you all for your participation and attendance, to those in the tribune and joining us, and I hereby close this meeting.